is part of the series of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav that we are observing, and it is as part of the centrally sponsored PMFME scheme, that is Prime Minister's formalization of micro food processing enterprises. It gives us very immense pleasure to see such a huge participation and for this webinar, and we are happy to have this under the banner of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. This webinar will cover oilseed processing and value addition. We will brief you about the scheme as well as the overview for the sake so that you can get to know what all programs. So, as part of Prime Minister's formalization of micro food processing enterprises scheme, the scheme follows the ODOP approach. ODOP is one district, one product that is being approved by the ministry for all the districts across country. And similarly, one of the ODOPs is oilseeds. So the scheme was launched in 2021, and with the launch of the scheme, the main objectives were to provide the formalization to micro enterprises, those who are already having their businesses in the food domain, and those aspirants who wish to create or who wish to establish new business. So the scheme provides assistance and support in terms of financial capacity building, hand holding, and provision of processing facilities in the form of incubation centers established across countries. So the scheme aims at providing the formalization in terms of registration and licensing under the FSSAI, and following all the guidelines and following all the statutory compliances which are required for establishing the food business operator. So under the scheme, as part of the financial support, there is a support to the existing as well as new enterprises. So both existing and new enterprises can apply under the scheme through the online application. And online application is enabled. So as you can see, this is the page on the Ministry of Food Processing website. And on this, you can see that there is a So on this page, this is the Ministry of Food Processing Industries page, and on this page you can see the applications are invited under the PMFME scheme in the online mode. So all the aspirants who want to establish a new business, as well as those who already have a business and are looking forward for formalization. So formalization can be in terms of gaining the registration. It can be in terms of adhering to the quality standards, awareness about various regulatory compliances. So all these things are required for gaining further credibility in market and for expanding your businesses. It really helps, the formalization really helps your business to gain recognition in the market, and your product shows the quality that it has. So this is the application page on which you will be required to register. So the very first time you will be required to sign up, and after that you will be provided with the user ID and password to your mail ID, and based on that you can then log in into this portal. So apart from this, if you are facing any issues or if you want to talk to somebody regarding the application, then at the state level and at the district level, there are stakeholders, there are functionaries whom you can contact directly. And these are the details that are mentioned here. All the lists have been provided here with their mail IDs and mobile numbers. So at the district level, your first contact points can be the district resource persons and the district nodal officers. So the district resource person have the responsibility of supporting the applicant, and they will be helping you in terms of creation of or finalization of detailed project reports. Then they will also help you in communicating and interacting with the bank and finalizing of the loan application. And also they will be helping you in formalization process once you have gained the loan sanction. So they will basically be the first contact point for the applicant, and they can be there for you for the hand-holding support. In addition to them, there are certain government functionaries at the district level whom can be contacted in case of any clarification is required or you want to contact about knowing more about the scheme or any issues are faced. So there are district nodal officers that are being appointed at the district level. There is also project management unit that has been established across all the states. So those can also be referred to. So you can apply for this scheme through this page, and you can fill up all the basic details required. And ultimately, on submission of it, a DPR will be created with all the details that you will be filling. So, like what is the raw materials, what are all the details about your business are required to be filled in this. So this is the part where financial support is provided. Another part is where capacity building support is provided. Say the aspirant does not want to first want to gain some capacity building support or want to have more awareness about the food processing mechanism, regulatory compliances, all these things. If you are concerned in that, then there is a capacity building support under the PMFME scheme, and for that, the trainings are being provided at the state level, district level, and at the beneficiary level. So the trainings at the beneficiary level, like when you are applying for the scheme, so the training will be provided to you. So if you are applying for, say, you are part of some group, farmer producer organization, self-help group, any group you are part of, you are a member of that group, then you will be provided the training of 8 hours if you are if you have applied into the scheme. So basically, it can be said that once you have applied into the scheme, so for further processing, you would be required to gain more understanding about the basic knowledge of food processing industry. Similarly, for the new and individual enterprises who have been recommended at the district level, so they are also being supported by providing the hand-holding support in terms of the capacity building, and the district functionaries, state functionaries, train them for 24 hours. So an extensive training is being conducted in the physical mode for the beneficiaries, so that you have all the knowledge and basic understanding about the running of food business as a food business operator, and you know about the compliances and statutory requirements before final loan amount you are receiving and final loan is sanctioned. So formalization process before starting of it, you will be well aware about the wherein there are common processing facilities being enabled across districts, across states. And these are basically the aim of creating such facilities is to provide the processing facility, packaging facility, basic lab testing facilities to the beneficiaries, to the applicants, to the enterprises who want to scale up their business in the future, but right now are looking at the pilot scale model only and want to test their product, want to finalize their product. So if such is the case, then uh, such uh, such provision is being made, and you can access these facilities, and the details are also provided. So basically, we have created a dedicated portal to know more about certain product, as we mentioned and as we discussed earlier, that the scheme follows and created, and these can be accessed across here for all the food subdomains. So you will be gaining a lot of exposure today about the you will be gaining a lot of exposure today about the subsector, we can say, of oilseed processing. In addition to that, if you are interested in any other commodity, we keep on doing such webinars that you can have a look at also. Here we have provided the recording, and here you can have access to this. And here also we will be providing the technical session recordings for ready reference in the future also. So this also you can have access for, other commodities, and individually product wise also we have uh, provided the PowerPoint presentation, detailed project report, then FSSAI, FSSAI PPT. So for all the products, and we try to cover them in as many languages as possible for the easy understanding at your level. So packaging and course material covers the technical aspects of each and every product. So, and PowerPoint presentation. So demonstration video will actually tell you in a factory setup how the process will be carried out, what kind of equipments are being used. So all these things are covered in the demonstration video. Then the aspects related to packaging and food safety with respect to that particular food subdomain. And you can also refer to the model TPR. So all these materials are readily available to be accessed for all the majority of the commodities, majority of the food products, and that these can be accessed on our website. So this was just to give you a brief about the background of this initiative under Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, and one of the product which has got a wide scope across country. So we try to cover it in terms of technical sessions. So we'll be having today technical sessions and something about the functional aspects of business, like banking and financial uh, requirements, then detailed project report, and food safety. So all these things we will try to cover, and we will try to provide you in detail. So thank you. So we have with us Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Minhaj Alam Sir, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Government of India, respected Director of NIFTEM-T, Dr. M. Loganathan Sir, distinguished guests and speakers for technical session, ladies and gentlemen, inviting you all to this webinar. I would like to welcome to this ODOP webinar under Azadi Kamras Mahotsav. May I now invite Dr. V.R. Sinija Madam, Professor and Head, PMFME Coordinator, for the welcome address, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Tonisha. Most respected Chief Guest, Shri Minhaj Alam IAS Sir, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, respected Director Sir, invited speakers from various institutions, industries, and participants from across the country, dear staff and students of NIFTEM Tanjavur. Good morning to all. So I am happy to welcome you all for this 16th webinar which NIFTEM Tanjavur is hosting under this PMFME scheme. And based on that ODOP approach, we have covered almost 16 commodities. And today we are hosting this one, oil seeds processing and value addition under this PMFME scheme. As you all aware that PMFME scheme is Prime Minister's formalization of micro food processing enterprises, which is started by our Ministry of Food Processing Industries. Almost now it's going to be 2 years, with the aim of upgrading nearly 2 lakh micro enterprises in our country, and to support them in financial, technical, and all-round approach to upgrade them to the formalized sector. And in that, NIFTEM Tanjavur as well as NIFTEM Kundli, the national institutes are playing a vital role in the capacity building activities as well as promotion of this scheme. And today, I'm very happy to welcome our chief guest, Minhaj sir. Sir is actually steering the PMFME team in our ministry and supporting us and motivating us and guiding us at each and every stage of implementation of this scheme in our country. So on behalf of NIFTEM Tanjavur family and all the participants, I wholeheartedly welcome Minhaj sir for this inaugural function. Welcome you, sir. And then
thanks a lot.
I would like to welcome our director, sir, who is always instrumental behind organizing such events. Welcome you, sir, on behalf of all the participants and the NIFTEM family. And then many speakers from the reputed institutes, they have agreed to deliver today's lectures during this webinar. So thank you everyone for accepting our invitation and also joining with us today. So welcoming you all for this inaugural session. And then most important things, actually the participants of this webinar, always we are getting good support from the participants. Today also almost more than 1,000 registrations we received. So we put these sessions live also through YouTube channels as well as our social media. So many may be watching this through this live sessions also. So welcoming all the participants for this webinar. I'm very much sure that you all will be benefited out of today's lectures because various eminent speakers from industries as well as institutes are delivering lectures today. So once again, welcoming you all and wishing you all good luck. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would like to welcome Honorable Director Sir of NIFTEM Tanjavur, Dr. M. Loganathan Sir, for the address, please.
Thank you. So most respected Additional Secretary Muslim Minhaj Alam Sir, organizers, Dr. Sinija and team, participants, students and faculty members of NIFTEM Tanjavur. Very good morning to all. As Dr. Sinija told this after continuous program, this time we plan to organize a webinar on oilseeds. Yes, oilseeds are very important crop as far as India is concerned. As per the data during 2021, our production is almost 360 lakh tons. So it is going on increasing. As per the data, 10% increase was observed. So one of the reason is oilseeds are very important crop in India, and there are many oilseed crops starting from groundnut, sesame, sunflower, soybean, uh, rapeseed, mustard. So many oilseeds are there. So the extraction of oil from each and every crop is the process is different because shape and the characters of each and every oilseed crop is different. So the processing, extraction, all are different. So we have to be very careful in selection of process for extraction of oil. And similarly, each and every oil have its own properties. That is why each oil is used for a different purpose. And also based on the region, based on the location, it is used. Sometimes some area coconut is familiar, some area groundnut is familiar, some area mustard is familiar. It depends on lot of other external factors. So we should know similarly each and every oil have its own different component. So that is also very important. So the participant should understand the processing and also the components of each and every oil for further development of various products and the utilization of these oils for various purposes. Apart from that, there are vitamins, fat soluble vitamins. That is why the oil is very, very important. Fats are very, very important in our body. So considering all these things, we plan to organize this event. And as a part of the PMFME scheme, there are 25 districts across the country is adopting these oilseed products. So there are huge demand from the entrepreneurs and also with the stakeholders to develop various products from oilseeds. So we plan to organize this one. So we see the states Rajasthan, Gujarat, Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Odisha, Uttar Pradesh, and also Telangana. These are major states covering oilseeds. So now we have more than 1,000 participants across the country. Definitely, this seminar will be very much useful for understanding the basics of all oilseed processing and also value addition. Apart from oils, there are meals coming out from this oilseed processing as a byproduct that is also having a lot of value that can be used not only for animal feed and also can be used for various product development. So we have eminent speakers. They are going to discuss each and every part of the oilseed crop. So my kind request to all the participants have very good interaction and acquire as much as knowledge possible to start your own industry, to become an entrepreneur. So that we are providing as a technical institute, we are providing the technical knowledge as a part of the PMFME scheme, and our ministry is ready to provide enough funding in collaboration with the individual states. So that also will be discussed during the webinar. Apart from technical knowledge, the fund availability and also about the PMFME scheme and the loan facilities in the banks, everything will be discussed during the seminar. So all the participants listen, get as much as knowledge possible, and try to avail all these schemes and become the entrepreneur. That is what our objective. So with these viewers, wish you all the best to all the participants and also for the organizers. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for guiding us with those kind words. We are honored to have with us today's chief guest, Shrimina Jalam, sir, Additional Secretary, Minister of Food Processing Industries. I now request, sir, for the inaugural address and guidance.
Thank you so much, respected Director NIFTEM-T, all other participants of this program, faculty of NIFTEM-T. So I'm quite happy that NIFTEM-T is organizing this program on oilseed processing value addition as part of ODOP. As far as PMFME scheme is concerned, it was launched in 2020, just after COVID, as part of Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan. And this scheme has been a good success because so far as we have nearly 20,000 applications have been sanctioned Initially, in the first year, because of COVID and all, the takeoff was not very much. But in the last 2 years, the scheme has picked up. And NIFTEM-T has been very supportive, because they have been supported all, they have made all training materials, videos and all. Our earlier director, Mr. Anand Ramakrishnan, was very active. So he already made all these videos and all, worked hard for this. And present director also is taking very keen interest in implementing PMFME scheme. And this scheme basically targets micro industries. In food processing in industry ministry earlier used to have basically for a small and medium, but it's the first scheme targeting only micro industries, and this is a game changer, because no other scheme targets only micro industry in food processing. And there has been good response throughout the country. Some states have been very active, like Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, etc. So they have been quite good. They have taken lead, and they have done quite well, because one of the highest number of sanctions are there from Maharashtra, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu. And some other states also have picked up late, like Bihar, UP, and Odisha and all. So this scheme is till 2025. So I hope next 2 years we will have further good performances with this rate. And this ministry has created NPMU at our level to monitor, to assist the states wherever is possible. Under this scheme, we also provided assistance for seed capital for SHG group through NRLM and NULM. So that is also, we have so far given assistance to more than 80,000 candidates. So we expect that this scheme is going to be good in next 2 years, so that in 2025 we can have further extension of the scheme, because nearly 25 lakhs micro enterprises are there in the country, and we need to support them. We need to support because they employ almost 75% of manpower in food processing sector. So, and no other scheme has supported them so far. So this scheme adopts one district, one product approach, basically to have each district in different states should have specific products, and this approach is also yielded quite good results. Some districts have performed excellent. I've seen in Tamil Nadu, one district has sanctioned so many units of groundnut. Some places in Himachal, they have sanctioned so many units of apple and all. So this one district, one product approach is a very, very good. We adopted this approach, taking cue from agriculture ministry also. So as far as oilseed processing, is concerned, we know that importance of oilseeds. Like everybody in the country needs for cooking and all, they need oil, and for that we require oilseeds. In India in 1980s and all, we had technology mission, we had yellow revolution. We are particularly targeting oilseeds. Since then, oilseeds has been the production have increased manifold. But just increasing production is not sufficient, because if you just increase production without processing, there may be likely to be have more wastage. So the processing of oil seeds is very much essential, and I have seen that this processing of oil seeds is done at local level also. So many oil mills are there at different places in rural areas and all. So PMFME scheme is very good for, particularly for oil seeds processing, because people in the rural area, they can take advantage of this scheme. They can set up units, and then there is good market for oil seeds. And because oil, India has to import also oil from different parts of the world, and sometimes we see that there is quite shortage, and the price of oils have increased. In last few years, there have been significant increase of oil prices. So it is very much essential that we need to increase production of oil seeds, and then we do processing here, so that we do not need to be dependent from outside the country for supplying the requirement of oils in the country. Now, India's oil economy is world's fourth largest after US, China, and Bengal and Brazil. And this oilseed accounts for almost 13% of the gross crop area, 3% of GNP, and 10% value of all agricultural commodities. And fiscal year 2020, oilseed accounted for over 1 trillion Indian rupees in the Indian economy. And production of oilseed has been growing, and basically around 7.8 to 8% it is growing, and it is spread different parts of the country, because some places we see only mustard oil is there, some places we have uh, sunflower oil is there. So different states in the country have different oilseed production, and we are basically consumer importer of this edible oil, and this sesame and groundnut are the most common edible oil seeds, which has wide range of application, because this processing also can be done manifold. It can be converted into different products like chicky, chutney, snacks, fried products, etc. Rapeseed is also a part of our preparations to enhance the taste and ingredient in pickles and all. Linseed is edible oil and all. So, overall, this oil seed is a very important part of our economy. It's very important part of our food. Its demand is going to increase. It will keep on increasing, and we need to have processing capacity, to generate capacity to provide oil. But this can be done only if we do at local level, village level. We create facilities for processing, and for that purpose, this PMFME scheme is going to help, and we should promote more and more people who want to set up units or expand their existing units under the PMFME scheme. And so that and this is very easy to market also. We don't have too much problem in marketing of this product, and because all local level marketings and all can be done. So I hope this institute NIFTEM will support all those who are processor of oil, particularly in micro sector, and we need to explain them, and we need to enlighten them about the schemes of this ministry. Apart from PMFME, there are other also PMKSY schemes also. There also it can be used if they want to set up on a little bit larger scale. And there's so much potential, and this revenue also is going to be quite good in case of oils. So better this today's webinar will explain all the issues, all the related to processing of oil seeds, their marketing and all. And I hope those who are there, those who are attending the webinar, will be very much benefited out of this webinar. I once again thank the director of NIFTEM-T for inviting me to address this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for inspiring us and sharing the holistic scope and insights valuable for the participants. May now request Director, sir, to kindly felicitate the chief guest with the memento, token of gratitude.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you for accepting our invitation and delivering the lecture. This moment I will send it to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Dr. D.V. Chidanand, sir, Assistant Professor and Head in Charge, Industry Academia, sir, NIFTEM-T, for the formal vote of thanks, please.
Respected Chief Guest, Sri Veena Jalam Sir, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, Dr. M. Loganathan Sir, Director, NIFTEM-T, resource persons, faculties and participants, good morning to all. I deem it a great privilege to extend vote of thanks for this event. On behalf of NIFTEM-T family, I sincerely thank to our Chief Guest, Sri Veena Jalam Sir, Additional Secretary MFI, who has made his gracious presence today's program in spite of his busy schedule. And also, as a token of gratitude, and also because he is supporting our institute in a befitting manner, And also, once again, thank you, sir. And also, I would thank to our director, sir, Dr. M. Loganathan, sir, for his continuous effort for organizing this event in a fruitful manner. And also, thanks to all resource persons, they are going to deliver the valuable input in this event. And also, I thank to all faculties and participants and resource person this program. So, and then once again, thank you all. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sridhar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving to our first technical session. The very first technical session is on industry perspective on oilseed processing and value addition.
For the first technical session on oilseeds processing and value addition, we have with us Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Tyagi, Acting PCAI CRP PhD and Principal Scientist, ICARE at Ludhiana, as Session Chair for Special Address. Before starting the session, I would like to introduce Sir to you all. Sir has acquired his PhD Chemical Engineering degree from IIT Delhi and ME degree with specialization in Chemical Engineering from IIT Roorkee. He has around 32 years of teaching and research experience in the field of food processing. His research papers have been published in more than 40 peer-reviewed journals, 11 technologies have been developed and commercialized, and more than 50 international and national conference proceedings have been done, and Sir has around 5 patents. He is a member of the scientific panel on oils and fats in FSSAI, BIS, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, and an expert member of stubble burning and empaneled expert with FAO. Thank you for accepting our invitation, sir. We welcome you to this webinar. Sir, please share your presentation.
Yes, I'm going to start. Just hold a minute. What shall we do? Check.
Sir, please share screen 1.
Yes, I'm trying to share. Is it?
Right.
Make it in a slideshow mode, sir.
Is it visible to you now?
Yes, the PPT is visible, but
Slideshow is not.
no, sir, it stopped sharing, I think.
Okay.
We
just
can't
wait.
see that.
I was given a time of 11, but you started 10 minutes earlier.
Sir, please click on F5 for slideshow mode. Sir, if you have any technical issues, please share the presentation to us. We will share from our side.
You can share to them, they can do that. उनको भेज। You're right. We are sending to you.
Yes, sir, it is visible now. You can start.
It is visible now?
Yes, sir, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. I have given a topic that is oilseed processing in India and its future perspective. As you know, the background of Indian industry is the Indian Vegetable Oil Company is the world's fourth largest after the US, China and Brazil, harvesting about 25 million tons of oilseeds against the world. Since 1995, Indian share in world production of oilseed has been around 10%. And although India is a major producer of oilseeds, per capita oil consumption in India is only 10.6 kg per annum, which is low compared to 12.5 kg per annum in China, 20.8 kg per annum in Japan, 21.3 kg per annum in Brazil, and 48.0 kg per annum in USA. So our consumption is very low as compared to other countries. Even in Pakistan, the per capita consumption is more than us. And Indian oil seed production in 2013-14 basis, this 44% is soybean, then groundnut you can see, and 29% is mustard or rapeseed. In northeast area or in northern India, people like to consume mustard oil, and in central India, people like to consume this soybean, and in Karnataka, Maharashtra, and in that region of India, people try to consume sunflower oil, and coastal area people consume this coconut oil. So our requirement is much more than whatever we are producing. So we are importing the oil from the other countries. So there is always a shortage of oil in India. India is a major producer and consumer of oilseed and their products and is third largest rapeseed mustard producer in the world. Major rapeseed and mustard growing countries are China, Canada, the Indian subcontinent and Northern Europe. Rapeseed and mustard belongs to family Brassicaea. Indian mustard accounted for about 75 to 80% of the 5.92 million hectare area under the crop in the country during 2011 to 12, and most of the mustard oil expelling in India is done using mechanical expellers. Mustard oil is widely used as medium of preparation of pickles, chutney and other preparations. Now, Government of India, Ministry of Agriculture is trying to increase the production of oilseed in the country, and government is introducing so much lucrative plans to attract the farmers to grow more oilseed in the country. Because in the recent past, you can see the rate of mustard has increased so high that it is a most lucrative crop in northern India. In Rajasthan, people are going to grow mustard more because the cost of mustard seed is very high. Especially in if we talk about the medicinal use of this oilseed, if we talk about the future in India, we can see that mustard oil is one of the major concern in that. Because in CFET Ludhiana, we have also developed so many value-added products from the mustard. They are very amazing. Beside the original use of mustard as such, as a cake or as a cooking oil, we have developed a lot of byproducts that is having a marvelous scope in future from mustard. So I would like to give some light on these issues here because the time is short. So I would focus more on mustard because we have developed so many byproducts from mustard seed. Friends, oilseed and oil processing are designed to obtain high quality oil with minimum undesirable components, achieve high extraction yields and produce high value meal. Crude fat and oil derived from plant and animal sources are subjected to several commercial refining processes before the final products reach the consumer market. During these processes, water, carbohydrates, proteins, pigments as well as phospholipids, free fatty acid, sterols, waxes and tocopherols are removed. As you know, there are 2 or 3 techniques for extraction of oil. One is the mechanical expression that is being done from centuries old from in different parts of country, and lot of machineries has been incorporated and modified time to time. So mechanical expression is the most available method for extraction of the oilseed, but it can confine to particular type of oilseeds. There are so many other oilseeds that cannot be extracted from mechanical expression. They can only be extracted by using the solvent extraction and all. As well as because once we extract the oil from mechanical expression, around 9 to 10% oil remains in the cake. So that is the wastage of the oil. So people have come up with some technologies in which first the oil is extracted out by mechanical expression in 1 pass, 2 pass, 3rd pass, and finally whatever the oil remains in the cake, that goes to the solvent extraction units, and then this oil is extracted from that, and then this oil is refined, and finally that oil is also used for the human consumption. In like soybean, suppose we are going for soybean extraction, then we are only one option with us to extract the oil by solvent extraction. Here one thing is very important. People say, what is the refining, refined oil or unrefined oil? That is very important issue that people like to discuss. Refined oil is one which is as such the oil is suitable for human consumption, but after doing some chemical process or some other operations, if we convert it into edible form, then that process is said to be refining. So refined oil needs some chemical treatment as well as some other treatments, heating treatments. So I will also discuss what are the shortcomings, what are the advantages and what are the disadvantages of the extraction through solvent extraction. Suppose we are talking about the rapeseed and mustard. In India, around 7.3 million hectares and 6 million tons, around productivity of 1.5 kg per hectare, we obtained in Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan, Punjab, Assam, Bihar and West Bengal. So this is the statistics representation of the production of rapeseed and mustard in India. But as a thumb rule, the diversified usage of oil with modified fatty acid composition is type 0 erucic acid oil is one which is having less than 2% of erucic acid, and its use is nutritionally superior. If it is having high linoleic acid around 40 to 50%, then it is also said to be nutritionally superior. If oleic acid is up to 70%, then this oil is also said to be nutritionally superior. If it is having high perstolinic acid, then it is used to be polymers, for making polymers. If very low linoleic acid is there in the oilseed, then it is increase its shelf life and it can be used as marigines. High linoleic acid, that is up to 40 to 55% or greater than 80%, it is used for industrial polymers, lubricants, plastic industries, cosmetics and pharmaceuticals. High stearic acid is used for marigines. So there are so many uses. Some industrial uses are there, some edible purposes are there. during refining we extracted some byproducts, and these byproducts are used as a raw material for making certain other industrial products. Now, actually, because the time is short, so I will confine the work which we have done on mustard in Ludhiana. Use of mustard, it is as edible oil. There are two types of mustard oil which are popular in India, that is kachi ghani and refined mustard oil. The kachi ghani type is preferred by most of the consumers due to its characteristic color and pungency. The refined oil is preferred by the health conscious people. The oil has a distinctive pungent taste characteristic of all plants in the mustard family. It can be used as spices, and now it can be used as a fertilizer, and it is used as a preservation medium because it is having certain chemicals, that is the thiocyanate group, and it can have antibacterial properties, and it can be used for that. The fat and oil undergo 4 processing steps. First is extraction, another one is refining, utilization or degumming, then bleaching and deodorization. Suppose we cannot consume oil as a virgin oil by mechanical extraction, then if we are going for the chemical extraction, then these are the steps which we have to follow. Extraction means we have to crush the cake in a fine particle size, and then we add either petroleum ether or hexane, and we heat it at 80 degrees centigrade for 2 hours or 2.5 hours. Finally, we extract the oil that is soluble in the solvent. But in this process, not only oil comes with the solvent, but also all chemicals which are soluble in solvent comes out. So the color of the oil is not as such as it is of virgin oil. So the second step is refining or neutralization or degumming. In this, we remove the saturated fatty acid from the oil seed and we make a soap. It can be done either by chemical method or by physical refining. So this is a second step after extraction of the oil by solvent extraction. In this, we remove the saturated fatty acid in the form of soap. And third step is bleaching. In this, we remove the color by adding activated earth or activated charcoal into it. It is a material which is used as bleaching earth, that is sodium aluminum silicate. We remove the color, that is mainly yellow and red, and after removing this color, the color of the extracted oil is acceptable, or its aesthetic appeal is appearing good for the human consumption. But it is also having some odor. So finally we give the steam treatment for deodorization. That is, in this way, the unwanted flavor of the extracted oil is removed. But the disadvantage of this refining process is that because it has to go multiple heat treatment, so trans fats are generated, and these are responsible for generation of free radicals in our body, causing cancer in future. So as such, it is a thought of the day that one should use a virgin oil and should avoid the extraction of the oil through chemicals, or we should avoid the refined oils for the consumption. But the problem is that we are already having a shortage of oil seed in the country. So because our consumption is even low, but because the oils are responsible for our health, they are the source of solubilization of vitamins in our body. So we have to consume the oil, and we have to increase the intake of the oil seed. And for this, either we have to produce much oil seed in the country, or we have to go for a very special treatment of the oil that is fit for our health point of view. Basic steps before extraction of oils are cleaning, drying, dehulling, size reduction, flaking, cooking and tempering. It depends from seed to seed. Suppose we are going to extract the oil of the groundnut, then we have to give some heat treatment prior to extraction, and different type of oil seeds need special treatments for extraction of oil in a better way. And oil extraction, solvent extraction, mechanical extraction are two common oil seed extraction processes, and even in many places the combination of these two are used. And because if the oil content is more, then first mechanical extraction is to be done, and then subsequently the solvent extraction is to be done. If the content of oil is low, then we can go directly for the solvent extraction. But for the theoretical point of view, or for the academic point of view, the supercritical carbon extraction method is also used, but it is used for the oil seed which are having very, very small oil content, like turmeric oil, like you can say this mango kernel oil. So in that way, for extraction, we can go for carbon dioxide, supercritical carbon dioxide extraction technique. But this is very costly. It is not as such used for the as such for cooking oil purpose. Seeds, on the basis of seed, we can go for the special treatments. That may be some enzyme aided treatments, some water extraction techniques, some chemical treatments, some steam treatments. There are so many pre-treatment techniques are there. As I have already discussed, solvent extractions is to be done by either by petroleum ether or by hexane for different oil seeds. And the refining, I have already discussed that the refining is to be done by for removing the saturated fatty acids, and these are multiple steps, either one step or two steps we have to go for that. So I am not going in detail in that. And there is physical and chemical refining. In chemical refining, we have to treat it with alkali, and in physical refining, we go with steam treatments. On the basis of the temperature, we can remove so many aromatic compounds, and that is in the form of degumming. And this steps is nowadays more accepted. That is physical refining, so that at least we can get rid from chemical treatment at least one step. Physical refining, steam refining is one part, chemical refining or caustic refining is another. So we can have the comparison of these two. In degumming, removing of phosphatides through enzymes, here degumming with the help of phosphoric acid. Here bleaching, that is color removal through activated bleaching earth. Here neutralization with caustic based for removal of free fatty acids. It is dewaxing, filter pressing, it is bleaching. Here steam deacidification, that is removal of free fatty acid. Here it is SS dewaxing. It is winterization, it is deodorization, and further steps are bleaching and deodorization. But the cost of operation in physical refining is little bit more because it needs more steps as compared to chemical refining. I have already discussed the bleaching as with you, and this is deodorization. This has also been discussed. Dehulling of mustard seed is one of the operation. This mustard oil is preferred for its pungency, and it's much liked by the people in the northern and northeastern part of the country because of the presence of hulls in the seed coat, which imparts the color to the oil, and also a major part of pungency because of bitter compounds present in it. A need has been felt to dehull the mustard seed before extracting its oil. This technique is developed at CFET Ludhiana. In this, we remove the hull first, and it has also been observed that after dehulling the seed, it will be possible to convert non-edible oil cake, mostly used as an animal feed, into edible one, and also dried many other byproducts from the cake. It was considered desirable to develop a low-cost and low-energy process for dehulling the seed. We worked on that, and we got so many patents for getting this dehulling of the mustard seed, and we extracted this bittering compound from the mustard seed and developed so many products with this product, and now many of them has been commercialized and very much in the market. If we want to reduce the cost of the oil, then we have to focus on the byproduct which has been obtained from the mustard or other oilseed extraction techniques, and if we are able to develop some innovative products from the byproducts of the refining process, then only we can provide a cheaper version of the oil to the country people, and then that would be a breakthrough. That is a requirement of the hour. We have extracted allyl isothiocyanate from mustard seed. This is a patented technology, and from this allyl isothiocyanate we developed many things. You can see the first, it is a whole mustard seed at the top. We ground it, and this is the second, and then we separated the mustard hull from this, and we obtained dehulled mustard powder. We got first patent on this to get, we developed a technique in which we can dehull the mustard seed, and mustard hull is removed. Now from dehulled mustard powder, we extracted mustard oil, we extracted allyl isothiocyanate, we extracted de-oiled, defatted, dehulled mustard flour that is having 47.8% protein. We got second patent on this, and we got third patent for extraction of allyl isothiocyanate. And you see, from de-oiled, defatted, dehulled mustard flour, we obtained protein isolate that is 99%. That is hydrolyzed plant protein, and it is we developed biscuits, breads, and different other food products with this de-oiled, defatted, dehydrated mustard flour, and it is very much in market and very famous product. And we published a paper. It is having a very good citation in the world. And also, after extracting the protein isolate from this, we extracted the fiber from this de-oiled, defatted mustard flour, and from the allyl isothiocyanate which we obtained, we developed a material which is very important to slow down the urea decomposition during soil. So slow release urea material we have developed from this, and so many antibacterial substances we developed from this allyl isothiocyanate, and these technologies have been commercialized, and many innovative products have been developed with the help of this allyl isothiocyanates. So nowadays, friends, it is the time to focus on the value addition or to develop innovative products from the byproducts obtained during refining or during extraction of the oils. So that time has gone just to use oil as such, and just to use cake for the animal purpose. So we have to focus to develop some innovative products from the byproducts which has been obtained during refining process. So this is the requirement of the hour. So after oil extraction, the mustard meal obtained has only been utilized for feeding ruminants, and it is not exploited for food oblique feed uses for human as well as non-ruminants such as broiler and fish due to the presence of toxic constituents and undesirable bettering compounds. ICR CFAT has developed technologies and obtained 3 patents on this. The protein obtained by patented method can be utilized for preparation of protein hydrogenate, which may find various uses as taste enhancer in food products such as soups, sauces, meat products, snacks, etc. We obtained these 5 patents, 4-5 patents in this. One is low energy process of dehulling of mustard seeds, pre-grinding of oil seeds prior to mechanical expelling, new process for energy saving, a new technique for processing the mustard seed for reducing refining cost and improving quality of oil, a process of separating a compound containing allyl isothiocyanate from mustard seed. So these are the things which we have done so far. With this, I hope that we can focus on other oilseed also, because there are so many innovative products can be developed from even from cotton seed oil, because in cotton seed that is mainly used for this cotton seed for bakery products. In bakery products, the cotton seed oil is used because it is having no grease type of materials. It gives the crispiness to the products, bakery products. So by using the byproducts, by using the value added products, we can reduce the refining cost, or we can reduce the end product cost, and we can attract the farmers for growing more oilseed to get their income more as comparison to wheat, or you can say paddy or corn. So they have to come up to produce more oilseed if they are having scope for getting more remuneration after getting these innovative products. So with this, I would like to say that in future we should focus on these issues. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really an insightful session on overview of oilseeds production and various processing methods. So participants, if you have any queries during the session, please post it in the chat box. It will be taken at the end of the first technical session. We will proceed to the next technical talk, which is on advances in storage technologies for oilseeds. For this session, we have with us Dr. Durai Murugan, Principal Scientist, ICAR, IIOR, Hyderabad. Sir got a doctoral degree from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Coimbatore in Agricultural Entomology and MSc degree from University of Agricultural Sciences, Bangalore. He has around 18 years of experience in the field of insect-plant interactions, biological control and storage entomology. His research papers have been published in more than 64 reviewed journals and popular articles, 33 book chapters and 72 research abstracts. Sir was awarded as Dr. S.K. Ballal and Professor A.V. Rangarajan Award from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University To his credit, sir is a gold medalist in UAS Bangalore and also awarded the Scientist Award 2020 for his outstanding contributions in the field of agricultural entomology. We welcome you, sir.
Yeah, good morning to all. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. Please share my screen.
I hope this slide is visible, sir.
Yeah. Is it fine now?
Yes, sir. Yes. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Respected Chairman, respected Additional Secretary, Ministry of Food Processing Industries, respected Director, NIFTEM, dear organizers and participants, good morning to all. I am going to present advances in storage technologies for oilseeds. Coming to the status of oilseeds, actually in India, oilseeds are third largest agriculture commodities after cereals and pulses, which occupies about 30% of the gross cropped area. In India, total 9 annual oilseeds are being cultivated, which includes 7 edible oilseeds. Like soybean, rapeseed, mustard, groundnuts, sesame, sunflower, safflower, Niger, and 2 non-edible oilseeds, which includes castor and linseed. These 9 oilseed crops are being cultivated in about 29 million hectare area with a production of 37 million tons. But if you see, 72% of these oilseed crops are being cultivated under rainfed ecosystem, especially by small and marginal land holdings. So the productivity is very low, especially 13 quintal per hectare as compared to the cereal crops. If you see the production contribution of different oil seeds, only 3 oilseed crops, soybean, rapeseed, mustard, and groundnut alone contributes 89% of the production. But if you see the different states contributing oilseed production, only 4 states, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Maharashtra, and Gujarat, these 4 states contribute almost 75% of the production. In addition, groundnut and sesame seeds contributes a large share in export. Annually, we are earning a foreign exchange of almost 9,000 crores. This is the status of oilseed crops in India. Coming to the post-harvest losses, which includes from harvesting operations to storage. So based on the recent reports and literatures, the post-harvest losses, including storage losses, ranges from 2.3 to 10% in different oilseed crops, which is equal to almost 2.2 million tons. And based on the latest production and minimum support price, we calculated the economic value, which was found to be almost 10,000 crores. So this is the post-harvest losses occurring in oilseed crops, including storage losses. So recently, NAPCON's, based on the NAPCON's report, the post-harvest losses in oilseed crops are almost lower than the cereal crops and the horticulture crops, but it is higher than the pulses. So we have to focus more on oilseed crops as compared to the pulse crops. So this is the losses occurring in different post-harvest operations at the farm level, from harvest to storage. The major contribution is from harvesting, threshing, collection contributes a major loss, followed by cleaning and storage. So almost storage contributes 0.22% of the total post-harvest loss of 4.26%. That means almost 5% losses for occurring in the post-harvest operations. So this is the important in case of oilseed crops. So in one of the recent research paper, here you can see, especially soybean, groundnut, and sesame, they are highly susceptible in storage conditions, and there are a lot of losses occurring during storage, especially soybean, groundnut, and sesame. Here in this paper, you can see almost 1.5 kg of soybean and ground seeds are lost per quintal. That is equal to 15 kg per hectare of soybean and 18 kg per hectare of groundnut per hectare. So this is the biggest impact among the post-harvest losses in these 3 oilseed crops. So what is the reasons? So what are the causes of storage losses in these oilseed crops? If you see, there are almost 6 insect pests and mold growth. It's a major factor in contributing the post-harvest loss, including storage losses, mainly storage losses in this oilseed crop. We will see one by one now. If you see the groundnut broaching, you see the groundnut, actually groundnut crop where 65% of the produce are being stored up to 9 months, either as unshelled pods or kernels. By the farmers, especially for seed purpose, for the processors, for oil extraction and confectionaries, and similarly by the exporters for export. So in many cases, a storage loss of 10 to 25% was reported, especially due to insect pest and mold growth, and also due to rodents. And in addition, there are many export rejections, especially in groundnut, because of this infestation due to groundnut broaching and aflatoxin contamination. So coming to the groundnut broaching, it is a serious storage pest of groundnut, not only in India, in other parts of the world also. It damages both the kernel and also in the pods. It feeds both pods and kernels internally, which results in increase in temperature and moisture. So which favors the growth of aflatoxin, and then again secondary pests like rice moth and tetraploid beetle also causes this damage. The another one important one is the aflatoxin contamination in groundnut. Though it is occurring in other crops also, it is a major problem in groundnut. These aflatoxin producing fungi, Aspergillus flavus and parasiticus, colonize and contaminate the kernels. Actually, these contamination occurs especially during the pre-harvest time, field drying time, or curing time, or during storage time. So it leads to deterioration in both the quantity and quality of the groundnut, not only groundnut, but also its products like oil and cake, which is highly harmful to human being and also for animal health when the cake was fed to the animals. The another important pest is the copra beetle, especially in North Indian conditions. It's a major problem in almost all crops, from groundnut, sesame, sunflower, safflower, linseed, soybean, and red beans, mustard. This all, and some of the times the export resistance due to the presence of this insect pest in mustard. And in addition, it also attacks the products like soya meal and oil cakes also. And it's a general feeder. It also attacks milk powder, dried meat, and dog foods also. The another important one is the red flower beetle. Actually, in recent years, especially in sesame, we are recording more damage due to this pest, especially the white-seeded sesame. As compared to black and brown-seeded sesame, these white-seeded sesames were highly susceptible to storage pest, especially to this red flower beetle and rice moth. In addition, it also attacks the groundnut crop also. The another important problem is the rice moth. It is a polypagous pest that attacks many cereals and other crops, including oilseeds. It attacks sesame, groundnut, sunflower, and safflower. You can see the damage here. Especially recent years, there is a lot of damage in white-seeded sesame by this moth. The another important one is the broachid. The pulse, it is also called pulse beetle. In addition to pulses, especially in soybean, it's a major problem, and it damages the entire. Sometimes it up to 100% damage. It is causing under favorable conditions, and again that will not be suitable for any for seed purpose also, or for consumption by human beings and animals also. So this is also one of the important pest problem during storage. The recent years, we are getting more problem, especially due to the sesame seed bug, are also called pod bug. This is the pod bug. You can see here, this is the sesame seed harvested and occurred in threshing floor. These are the bugs. You can see how many number of bugs are damaging the seeds. It causes both qualitative and also quantity losses. It leads to reduction in oil content also, and also weight loss also. In some of the time, it also attacks on the sesame and groundnut. Not only in threshing floor, even in harvesting after storage also, it is attacking the sesame and groundnut crop, which leads to shriveling of the seeds, which are unfit for consumption, and also for and also oil content will be reduced. This is another major problem in storage. So now we have seen the reasons for the problems. What are the problems in storage? Now we are going to the technology to reduce the storage losses in oilseeds. Especially most of the storage problem initiate from the field. So we have to take care of the field operation, especially harvesting. So harvesting at right time, at right maturity stage is very, very important in case of oilseed crops. And especially during harvesting, we got to avoid the damage to the pods. That will lead to a lot of contamination by the insect pest and also the mold growth. So we have to avoid heaping the produce in the field, especially for long days. That will cause a lot of insect infestation and also this mold growth. Similarly, the harvested products immediately to be dried properly. For example, in groundnut, you can use the inverted windrow method that can be used immediately. Similarly, especially for groundnut, and the heaping in the near the alternate host should be avoided. So immediately after has harvest, it should be properly threshed, dried, and immediately packed. Otherwise, the alternate host, especially groundnut brood-seeds, which contaminates from the trees to the groundnut harvested produce. Similarly, avoid carryover of the pest from the most of the beetles like pulse beetles, even pod bugs, and some of the painted bug in mustard, especially in rapeseed mustard. Actually, this carryover of the pest from field to store, even less than 1% damage in the field or cause 100% damage in storage. So we have to take care of the proper management practices in the pod maturity stage of oilseeds that will greatly reduce the loss in the storage. Actually, compared to other crops, the manual harvesting is more in case of harvesting and other operations more in oilseeds. That is causing a lot of damage to the pods. If you see here, the mechanization level of oilseed crops, it's only 20 to 30%. This is based on the latest report. Harvesting threshing in oilseeds is only 20 to 30%, as compared to 80 to 90% in case of cereals. So we have to encourage the mechanization in oilseeds, especially combined harvesters that is commonly used in many crops like soybean, safflower, sunflower, and even mustard also it has been recommended. So these combined harvesters, threshers, and dryers to be encouraged among the farmers that will greatly reduce the loss in the storage conditions. So similarly, the major problem of insect pest and other quality or quantity loss occurs in storage is due to inadequate drying. This is very, very important. That leads to insect infestation, fungi, then moisture, which results in overheating, then discoloration, that to complete deterioration in the quality and also quality of the oil seeds and their products. So this is very, very important. So we got to use the dryers. There are several solar operated dryers are available that can be encouraged among the farmers to reduce the moisture content in the harvested products. Similarly, for case of groundnut kernel and pods, 4 to 6% moisture is recommended. For kernels, 4 to 6%, and pods 7 to 9% moisture content is recommended for storage. Before storage, it should be properly monitored. Similarly, for other oilseed crops, less than 8% moisture to be maintained, and we have to remove the broken and damaged seed, which is favorable for the growth of mold and the insect infestation. So this is very, very important practices. So these are some of the mechanization. We want to encourage mechanization. This operation will greatly reduce the post-harvest losses and also which reduces the storage losses because of the avoiding the damage to the grains and seeds. So combined harvester and soybean reaper binder, and there are several decoordinators, threshers, and oilseed soybean or oilseed dryers are available. Even solar bubble dryers are also available that can be encouraged among the farmers either in a community basis or a village level basis. That will greatly reduce the storage losses in oilseed crops. So coming to the storage condition, what are the technologies? The first important one is the disinfestation of storerooms. Actually, the godowns or wherever you are storing the place, especially in the high risk areas like wherever the cracks in the walls and floors and low light areas needs to be properly checked and it should be disinfected. That will give you a lot of difference in reducing the losses in storage. That is a basic step, but it's very, very important one. Similarly, use of the clean storage bags, actually avoiding the use of very old money bags or jute bags, that should be avoided. And even it is possible you can expose them to sunlight for a couple of days before storing the oilseed. That is very important. Similarly, storing of old or infested stocks in ground along with the newly harvested one creates a lot of cross contamination. So that should be prevented. And whenever storing, that we have to allow proper ventilation and space for inspection. So that is a basic step that is very, very important to reduce and monitor the storage loss in the oilseed crops. Similarly, we have to encourage the storing in polythene lined the polyethylene lined triple layer bags or metal drums or cover and bridge storage methods that will give a lot of reduction in the storage problems. So we tried several bags for sesame storage, especially you can see here the sesame seeds which are stored in HDB bag, which resulted in low storage losses due to the red full of the rice moth and red full of beetle as compared to the commonly used jute gunny bag and cloth bag. And even for groundnut, these triple layer bags are found effective in reducing the storage losses due to mold and also blue chip problem. Also, coming to the another important one, especially for long-term storage or for export purposes, these physical or cultural methods are very, very important. Nowadays, this hermetic storage or modified atmospheres are very popular, like super bags and cocoon storage and silo bags. They are very, very popular that can be encouraged among the farmers and also in the market level channels to reduce the loss in these oilseed crops. In addition, that airtight storage, that sealed structures, as I told, super bag, cocoon storage and silo bags are very good in conserving the quality and also the reducing the losses due to insect pest and mold growth. In addition, the controlled atmospheres like use of low oxygen and high carbon dioxide, it is lethal to all insects that can be promoted in export purposes, especially for storing near the harbors that will give that will prevent the export rejections in the foreign countries due to insect pest and fungal growth. Similarly, temperature control. Temperature plays a major role. Actually, the insect pest will not develop below 15 degrees Celsius and also more than 42 degrees Celsius. So heating of the seeds to 50 to 60 degrees Celsius for 10 to 20 minutes kill all the pests. So that can be followed in large scale, especially in large bulk storage in oilseed crops used for oil extractions. Similarly, the another important one is the regular monitoring and the yearly detection of the infestation. Very, very important. As I told, this very low infestation of less than 1%, we will give potential risk in the storage. So we can monitor using it. There are a lot of pheromone traps now available for storage pests and light traps and pitfall traps, probe traps. Even recently, e-nose detectors are also available that can be used for timely monitoring and management of the initial infestation. That will create a lot of reduction in the storage losses. Similarly, infested stock once identified, it should be removed, sun-dried and properly cleaned. Then only it will be stored with the old stocks. Similarly, there's glade dust and diatomaceous earth can be used to on stored seed. Because many times stored seeds are not followed any proper methods that will create cross contamination among the other crops also. So that is very, very important. Similarly, you can use this, especially this can be used for groundnut kernels and oil seeds, which is used for seed purpose. Recently, these UV traps also UV light trap very much effective in controlling some pod bug that can be promoted to reduce the losses due to these bugs. The another important one is the use of different edible and non-edible oils, especially at the rate of 10 ml per kg seed, can be used effectively enough to storage pest. Especially groundnut pods, when you treat with neem seed kernel powder at the rate of 10 gram per kg or neem oil 5 ml per kg or pumamia or castor oil 10 ml per kg or a kernel treated with neem leaves 50 gram per kg are effective against this brochids, groundnut brochids. Similarly, for sesame, we found that the seeds treated with neem leaf powder 25 gram per kg or neem seed kernel powder 10 gram per kg or this is the sweet flag rhizo powder. This is Saccharus calamus 10 gram per kg effective against stored pest. This can be used for storing the seeds, especially for next season sowing. And there are several biopesticides, especially different strains of BT. Bacillus thuringiensis can be used for management of moth pest and also some of the beetle pest. And wherever when you use insecticide, we should know the label claim of the insecticide, which is approved by the government of India. Then only you have to use it. So for good on treatment, deltamethrin is recommended. And similarly for fumigation, aluminum phosphine is having approved under CABRC label claim that it can be used. And some of the recently eco-friendly biorational insecticides like spinosad, methoprene, hydroprene are registered as grain production in USA, but in India it is not having label claim. These are all found effective in storage pest. These are biorational one. It's a synthetic analog of natural product that can be used for management of storage pest. So this is the CBRC website. We have this aluminum phosphide is permitted for oilseed crops in addition to other oilseed products that can be used for fumigation as per the recommendation by the government of India, and it may be updated every year by seeing the website, CBRC website. So only the label claim insecticides and fumigants so only to be used there for management of the storage pest in case of oilseed crops. So the fumigation is very highly toxic. It should be performed only by the certified and specialist only. So the especially proper arranging of seeds and creating airtight condition and measuring the concentration before and after fumigation is very, very important. So it should be strictly undertaken with the specialist to reduce the storage losses in oilseed crops. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative session on storage practices and pest management. Sir, participants have posted 2 to 3 questions in the chat box. Can we take up the question?
Okay, madam, I will reply.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very
The
much.
question is to how to prevent the aflatoxin and insect cross contamination in oil seeds, sir.
Please repeat, madam.
How to prevent aflatoxin and insect cross contamination in oil seeds?
As I already explained, the aflatoxin moisture percentage is very, very important. Once moisture increases, it will invites the aflatoxin contamination. As I indicated in groundnut, especially if you see here, this safe moisture content for storage of groundnut, if it should be for kernel, it should be 4 to 6%, and pods it should be 7 to 9%. This will greatly reduce the aflatoxin contamination. So if the moisture excess, then it will favor the aflatoxin. So proper drying is very, very important, madam, for aflatoxin contamination to reduce that. Anything else, madam? Hello.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
The
Thank
next
you.
question is, the dried leaves can be used instead of neem powder, sir?
Yeah, actually, dry leaves used in, especially in case of these seeds, because when you admixture, it will be a great problem for grains. So for especially for full seeds and grains, leaves are recommended. For seeds, powder is recommended. For the seed purpose, you can use the neem seed kernel powder or neem leaf powder. For grain purpose, you can use the neem leaf, dried neem leaf offset, so that it can be easily removed when you are going for consumption purpose or other value addition purpose.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, madam.
Participants might have got clarity on all these questions.
Thank you very much, madam. If anything else, you can mail me. I will reply. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the organization for giving me the opportunity. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining, sir. Now we will move on to the next technical talk. For this, I would like to invite Dr. Mahesh Kumar, Professor, Department of Processing and Food Engineering, PAU Ludhiana. Sir has obtained his PhD degree and MTech degree from Punjab Agricultural University, Ludhiana. Sir has about 15 years of teaching and research experience in the field of processing and food engineering. He was awarded by Punjab State Marketing Board, Chandigarh, for contributions to training progressive farmers of FAPRO village in the area of agro-processing. He has developed many processing equipment and technologies such as portable maize dryer, agri-food, and the development of mechanically ventilated onion store, etc. Sir's key area of interest include post-harvest handling and processing for value addition to agricultural produce. Now, Sir will provide us insights on modern techniques and machines for extraction of oil. We welcome you to this webinar, sir.
Thank you, ma'am ji. I was muted, so I could not respond early.
Okay, sir. Okay, no issue. Please share your presentation.
Okay, sure, ma'am. I think it is now visible. to everybody.
Yes, Suresh, it's visible.
Uh,
Please share
among
it in
the,
slideshow
among
mode.
the, first of all, I thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity to have a discussion with a very learned group. I could see Dr. S.K. Tyagi participating. So Dr. Sahib has a very long and personal experience in the area of the oilseed processing. So similarly, everybody is an expert of his field. So therefore, thank the organizer for giving me the opportunity. So the field is, I will be discussing about the oilseed processing as well as the milling machinery involved. So we all know, we have been listening throughout the day, right, that oilseed is the second largest commodity next only to the food grains. So if you look at the total Indian scenario, we are very good as far as the production of food grains is concerned in the country. So agricultural scientists have performed marvelously well. So in case of oilseed, our total rank in the world is fifth, with total share is 7% only in case of oilseed. But we are growing. For the last few years, our production of oilseed has been rising in the country.
Excuse me, sir. Can you make it full screen, sir?
Okay, okay, ma'am. So now food oilseed production has been increasing as per our demand is. So if you look at the scenario of processing in the country, it is more or less considered as a cottage industry. We have huge amount of coals operating in the country, but the oil left in the de-oiled cake is quite high, 15% with this technology. Even though the people prefer the oil extracted out of the coals primarily because they considered it as a cold pressed oil. So, but the total oil could not be expressed through these units. Now we have more than 60,000 mechanical oil expellers. Well, it is a better technology than the coals, but still 6 to 8% oil is left in the de-oiled cake. Since our country is deficient in the oil, so therefore still it is very high. So we have to resort to the solvent extraction plant using hexane, etc., where the meal or the de-oiled cake has less than 1% of the oil left in it. So then there are 300 oil refineries and over 175 hydrogenated vegetable oil plants in the country. Then we also get oil from the agricultural processing bioproduct like rice bran and the maize germ. But as far as overall situation is concerned, especially in the northern part of India, we are more give more preference towards this mustard oil. 90% of the total agricultural production in mustard and rapeseed, including canola, is crushed for extracting the edible oil. In fact, 2/3 of the edible oil consumption in the country is coming from this category of the crop, that is mustard. Canola is recently developed oilseed crop variety of the mustard, which has got less than 2% uracic acid, and its de-oiled cake has less than 30 micromoles of glucosinolate per gram of the de-oiled milk. So this is a bit of toxic material. If you look at the physically oilseed composition, physically it's considered as a mixture of oil, then meal, basically composed of proteins and water. When we talk about processing, this means we wish to remove most of the oil to get the de-oiled cake. So de-oiled cake will be containing a residual oil as well as some amount of water. But since de-oiled cake is a very good source of protein, so it is generally used for the animal feed purpose. Now, we know every grain, if it has to be stored, it has got a maximum moisture content limit for safe storage. So same is here also, but we eventually have to store the seeds, maybe oil seed or any other food grains, primarily because they are available once or twice in a year, but they are needed throughout the year. Moisture content in the oil seed is not only important for the storage purpose, but it is also important for the expressing of oil out of the oil seed. If the moisture content is not controlled, then there is every chance of microbial growth. So as a thumb rule, when we teach to our student, we consider 10% moisture content for most of the food grains to be safe for the storage purpose. But when we are processing the seed grains for oil expelling, then it should be 6 to 8, 7 to 9%. Well, previously the post-harvest losses were discussed in the oil or seeds, but in case of mustard, it is about 9%, which include losses in the supply chain also. Even though storage losses are not that much, but because of the handling, transportation, logistic, etc., so there are losses in different types of oilseed grains ranging from 3% to 10%. Now, if you coming to the extraction of oil at a small scale level as a cottage industry, then few things are overall layout will be like this. We require to store the oil seeds either in bags or in bulk. So we require a grain silo. So grain silo contain oilseed which has been cleaned. Then these grains could be picked up by the auger, by the screw conveyor to feed to the oil expelling unit. But then there is some magnetic separator on the way. And then there are in the hopper, there are automatic level indicators. So whenever it is filled to the top, the elevator will stop. Once it is being emptied on through this mill, the lower limit, the level of the seed grains is lower than the sensor placed, it will automatically start operating so that it always maintain a level of oil seed in the hopper. Oil seed then goes to the oil expeller, which removes the oil as well as produces the cake. The oil is stored in pressed oil tank. It is stored here because it still contains some suspended impurities called foot. So that needs to be removed either by sedimentation, centrifugation, or there could be number of other methods also. But usually in Punjab, we follow the sedimentation. We allow the suspended particle to settle for overnight. We allow it about 24 hours so that all the suspended matter will settle down at the base. Rest of oil is then taken out through a pump to the oil filter, that is filter press, which removes all the impurities, all the undesirable physical constituents, and send this cleaned oil to another tank, which is then linked with the packaging plant, packaging unit. Well, as already we have discussed, we need to store the oil seeds. Primarily, oil remains safe, it do not turn rancid, so that it is there in the seed itself. So once it is expressed out of the seed, then oxidative changes happen which bring rancidity. So this is the one reason that it is better to store the oil seed than the oil itself. Oil seed presses are relatively slow. Means there are few number of units, but we are in a crushing, in the harvesting season, we get a lot of crop. So it cannot be immediately converted into the oil. So therefore we need to store it. And third reason is agriculture production is season based. So therefore different time we get different types of crop. So we have to store the oil seed. Now why we need to clean? In any processing job, the first step is cleaning, grading, sorting. So in this case, weed seeds like argemone, which are present at the time of harvest, may interfere with the extraction of oil during the expulsion process. So these seeds may add unwanted taste or chemicals to the expressed oil. Moreover, if the seeds are dirty, they contain some of the abrasive clay parts or abrasive materials, well then that will be having more of wear and tear of our expelling machine. So there is a physical hazards presented by uncleaned grains. As far as the processing steps are concerned, it is very simple. We need to store the grain. Cleaning after storage or cleaning before further processing. Well, it is a matter of choice. Some people, when we have it stored in the bags, then we clean before operation. Then next is a decortication, removal of hulls, etc. Then send it for grinding. Then we have a mechanical expelling unit which removes the oil and cake. Well, usually it is always preferred that crude oil be filtered physically and then packaged. But still, deodorizing usually we carry out at our homes, especially in case of the mustard. When we purchase mustard from the market, usually on bringing at our homes, we try to raise its temperature so that all the deodorizing things or moisture, etc., if it is there, it is removed. Well, neutralizing means the removal of free fatty acid that usually is not performed at small scale. Well, there are a number of options available that have been developed over a period of time, starting from the bullock-drawn kohlu or ghanis. Now we have power-operated ghanis. We have mechanical expelling units of different capacity. The amount of oil extracted depends upon its setting of the machine, the screw speed of the screw, the space left between the tip and in the barrel itself. So we have adjustable tip diameters and variable speed drives. So both of these, combination of these can give an optimized oil extraction. Well, one of the things which is very important while we are extracting the oil is, if oil seed is too dried, we won't be able to get easy and good quantity of oil. The reason could be that the oil mill will get heated up. Usually there is a concept of cold pressed oil, so that will be then defeated. Purpose will be defeated. We won't be getting oil, as well as temperature will be on higher side. On the other hand, if the moisture content is more, we will get a gummy type of the cake. Again, more of the moisture will also not help us to carry out easy separation of the cake and the oil. So therefore, it has to be very ideal. So usually it is in the range of 7 to 8%. Then, as we have discussed earlier in our diagram, after removal of foil through the oil expeller, which is a mechanical in nature, the oil goes into the pressed oil tank. Well, that tank has due care should be given to it. First, it should be stainless steel or a food grade plastic material. The iron, aluminium, copper, that needs to be avoided because these metals, they help in the oxidation of the oil. So there should be smooth surface, but it should not be considered as unimportant component. Pressed oil tank is important for any food item. We should try to use as a safety stainless steel. Well, this, as already we have discussed, the oil after extraction is not a totally separated one. It contains suspended particles which we call as foot. That is need to be removed. So usual practice followed here in Punjab is the sedimentation. We allow the oil to settle in the press tank itself. So therefore, the oil will remain in that tank for more than 24 hours. So therefore, the material of construction of that is very important. So next step, after sedimentation or settling of the foot or debris contained in the oil, it is then further filtered through the filter press. So with the help of a pump, which is not a centrifugal pump usually, it is a gear pump or diaphragm pump. It is not a centrifugal pump, which pushes the seed into this filter press, which removes any of the physical impurity which is still could not be settled down. Once filtered, again oil is pumped to the clean oil tank, which is basically a storage unit we can call. Well, once oil is extracted out, there is every fear of it is going rancid, especially after period of exposure to the air or the moisture. So therefore, it is very important, if it is wherever possible, to keep extracted oil away from oxygen. We could use number of techniques. Maybe night we can have a tank with a valve attached, flush it with the nitrogen. So because of the flushing of nitrogen oil, the oxygen will move out of that tank from the headspace environment. Or we can use a vacuum wherever possible. But there are few constituents in the oil which resist rancidity, like tocopherols or carotenoids, but there are more of a pro-oxidant component present in the oil, just like water, material metal like iron, copper, lipid, polar lipid, chlorophylls. So these are the constituents which help for the oil to get oxidized. So we have to be very careful thereafter. Well, when we are working at small scale level, we always prefer a minimally processed oil because it retains all the flavors and pungency or aroma, etc. So in our Punjab, we have advocating this concept of agro-processing complex in which it is a part, oil expeller is a one part, with having a capacity of about 70 to 100 kg of oil per hour. Means we get that much of the product which can be easily distributed in the nearby villages, or it could be easily goes to the consumer readily. So these are the few examples of what we are doing at our department in the Punjab Agricultural University. PAU is promoting canola oil seed. So few varieties have come up here. So those varieties we procure at our processing plant. After cleaning, it is expressed in the mechanical expellers. Thereafter, we filter the same, send for bottling, and it goes for the consumer at the PAU itself because there are more than 5,000 residents at our campus. Oil cake goes to the animal feed unit in the veterinary university. So the type of machinery involved is the mechanical oil expeller, a filter press, oil pump, storage tank, bottling and packaging system. The total cost of plant and machinery leaving behind the civil structure is about is about 5 lakhs. The total electricity load required for a small capacity oil expeller is 10 kilowatt. Well, this plant could be erected in about at the most 10 feet by 10 feet, but the covered area minimum should be 50 square yard. So it gives employment to the 2 persons. If you look at the supply chain integrated with the agriculture side, so we see the oil seed being produced in the field, grain going to the mechanical unit, where oil is produced, which is used for food purpose. It is going for the food purpose, but after, if we are using for cooking or for deep frying, after few times of usage, it becomes rancid and going for the esterification for fuel production, biodiesel, etc. And the meal going to the animals as a feed, and both of these units again contributing to the agriculture. Now there is a recently concept of cold pressed oils. This is how the advertisement in many of the advertiser or the companies which is promoting the selling this oil, edible oil is promoting. Cold pressed oil means an oil whose temperature remains below 50 degrees during the production process. While our objective of expelling the oil is to get maximum yield from the oil seed, but from the consumer point of view, its temperature should always be lower than the 50 degrees centigrade. So oil pressed at a temperature below 50 degrees is termed as cold pressed oil. So it is believed that it has got better nutritional properties. But one of the things which I could understand is that it is the phosphorus based constituent or gummy material which when get into the oil make it rancid, even if it is present in very minute quantity, maybe less than or up to 1%, which many a times may not be helpful for the in the oil which is we use for consumption. So that is why a concept of cold press oil is there. Cold press oil means we have to control the speed of our auger so that the temperature is lower. Even though we are working slowly, we may like that the capacity of the system is getting lower, but at the time we have to give a sufficient time for the squeezed oil to drip out of the machine, and in the same while the temperature is also contained, it is not going up that way. So the oil which is cold pressed oil is considered to be very, very nutritional and containing characteristic flavor of the oil seed. But if I look at the commercial side of it, we usually expel oil in a three-pass system. If first we expel the oil from the mechanical system, whatsoever oil cake is left, it is again fed to the same unit, again expelled. So this way we carry out 3 time passes. The oil expressed at the first time is of better quality, but as they continue to press oil mechanically, there is every chance that some of the gummy or undesirable material is also expelled out of the oil seed, which may not be considered good for the quality of the overall quality of the edible oil. So that is why kolu we prefer, even if it is more oil is left in the oil cake, but still many of the constituents which are not desirable, they are not present in the first time of oil expelled. But still, if you go for the khani, 20 to 30% oil remaining in the oil cake, well, that is not commercially viable unit. In Punjab, a number of people influenced by the TV advertisement of cold pressed oil, have installed the kolus or powered kolu. This is old generation technology. But when they come to commercialization and selling the things, then they are not very comfortable, to be very frank. But then now people are installing both the units, powered ghanis, where first expressed oil is kept separately and graded separately, traded separately at separate price. Then whatsoever oil cake is obtained, it is then sent to the mechanical expeller for further expelling. So this way people are working here. So this is all about this small scale operation at the cottage site. Even though we can improve little bit by going for some sort of water removal, maybe little bit of refining. But the commercial edible oil processing is RBD oil, refined, bleached and deodorized oil. The process is more or less same. The only difference happens is the processed oil after filtering goes for refining, that is the neutralization of free fatty acid if present. Then it is going for bleaching where the color etc. is removed, then deodorizing. So that the oil coming from different oil seed, it looks similar. It is tasteless, it is odorless, it is colorless. So this is the purpose of this commercial unit. And whatsoever press cake we get, it is goes for solvent extraction so that the oil in the oil cake is kept to bare minimum of 1%. So RBD, refined, bleached and deodorized oil, they are tasteless, odorless, colorless, regardless of the oil seed from which it is expressed. As far as refining is concerned, actually these are the things which we need to introduce to our small scale cottage industry also. Basically neutralization of the fatty acid, usually with the help of some alkali. So we need to look at the alkali which is part of our food chain if it is possible. So we should always try to devise our process. We try to modify the cottage industry so that some sort of neutralization of the fatty acids happen. Especially we are interested for the removal of phospholipids. So this is the chief villain as far as this cottage industry is concerned. Then bleaching means we have to remove any sort type of color from the oil. So whatsoever oil we get from the grocery shop, it is primarily because of the choice of the consumer that they want colorless oil. So therefore, oil needs to be bleached, and type of clay is used for that helps for the bleaching of the oil. So bleaching removes oil components that increase the oxidation. Bleached oil can be used for a longer duration of time. Before this, they can be easily used for deep frying also before undesirable characteristics like flavor or dark color happens. So to accomplish bleaching, oil is mixed with the bleaching clay. This mixture is heated to about 100 degree, 90 to 110 degrees centigrade. Then the bleaching clay and the oil is either filtered or separated by the centrifugation. So this is a picture of the bleaching clay. Next operation is deodorizing. So the pressed oil contains a variety of components. These components may either add or distract from the flavor or aroma of the oil. So the process of deodorizing means we remove all the volatile components so that we leave it flavorless and odorless. So for this, again, we have to use the heat. The process involved is steaming the oil, which removes any of the unwanted compound and separate it out from this in the form of vapors. So commonly available oil expeller in Punjab, well, usually we make use of 2 tons per day is a sufficiently high capacity plant for a agro processing complex where we are working for small production so that they are easily consumed, sold off to the nearby population. One of the way to designating the capacity is by the number of bolts. So we usually say 6 bolt oil expeller is better for a small scale operation, but otherwise we need to find out the barrel volume, power requirement, etc. and weight of the unit. Well, when we talk about the crushing oil expeller, it has to be 3 passage. So it already this expelling unit, mechanical expelling unit is erected by having a number of strips placed together. In between these strips, we put on the spacer so that the oil which is expelled is drip out of that space. Again, it has got 3 sections. One is a feeding section, another is pressing section. Then there is a cake outgoing part. So this is how much thing is designed, but usually before the oil is expressed, it is considered that the temperature of this unit should be 60 degrees centigrade. So this means before putting oil into the expeller, it should be run dry for a short period of time so that it attains that temperature for the easy removal of the oil. Then the layout, the place where the oil expelling unit has to be placed, well, that should be a neat and clean one. Few of the things that we should always take care of. One is the door. Door should be covered with the screen to prevent the movement of the insect pest. Then there should be provision for washing, hand washing. Then there should be a tank available so that all the spilled material could be collected and dropped there. Then the cracks, etc. should need to be avoided there. Pipe should be smooth. Then there is a trap for the flies, that is a gummed trap. Strips, if an insect comes, it gets glued there. So unit should be very smooth. Floor area should be smooth. There should be need to be some counter for placing the things. So this is in general the sanitary hygienic regulation, how to handle when we are installing a small capacity oil expelling unit. Well, we all talked about PFME scheme. It is for the formalization of micro scale food processing operations. So therefore, the processing may provide, definitely going to provide good opportunity to the farmers and entrepreneurs to create value added products. And it is a must for our country, for the people where we are looking for minimally processed, highly nutritious food. But because the shelf life of the product processed at small scale level is an issue, but it should always be linked with the rural supply chain so that it goes immediately consumed before it gets deteriorated. So by establishing a farm gate, a rural supply chain within the country in the nearby vicinities, definitely we can go for small scale operation. In fact, whole of the development, industrial development of country is through the small scale operations. So therefore, both type of units, enterprises are required. One is for at the village level for farm gate processing, another is for.
Now I would like to invite Dr. K. A. Atmaselvi, Associate Professor and Head of the Center for Excellence in Grain Science, NIFTEM-T, to provide us with insights on the topic of value-added products from oil seeds and byproduct utilization. Madam has acquired her PhD in Food Process Engineering from SRM Institute of Science and Technology and ME in Agri-Processing from TNAU Coimbatore. She started her career as lecturer in the Department of Food Processing and Preservation Technology at Avinashalingam University, Coimbatore. She served as Associate Professor and Head, Department of Food Process Engineering at SRM Institute of Science and Technology for about 15 years. Ma'am has guided several undergraduate and postgraduate students. She has published several research papers in reputed journals. Ma'am has organized various national and international conferences and filed 3 patents. We welcome you to this webinar, ma'am. The session is over to you.
Is screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
So before I go into validation of oil seeds, we just have a glimpse about the pre-treatments that is given to oil seeds, various method of extracting oil from oil seeds, and the refining steps. Magesh Kumar sir clearly covered everything about the oil extraction and the refining of oil seeds. So oil seed, as sir mentioned, to be dried to less than 9% moisture content for longer time storage. Oil seeds are also subject to various pre-treatments before oil extraction. As our director sir have mentioned, each oil seed is different. The size, shape, the characteristics, the hull attached to it is different. So it is subjected to various pre-treatment starting from cleaning, and then it goes for shelling. Shelling is the process where we remove the outer inedible cover, and then it is crushed. Crushing is the process where the size is reduced. It is then conditioned. Again, condition the process where the temperature and the moisture content of the product is increased, such that it could be made into flakes in the next step. If the oil is to be extracted using solvent extraction method, flake is preferred because of larger surface area. It will be easy for the solvent to penetrate and extract maximum amount of oil from the meal. And the various method of oil extraction, as Magesh Kumar sir have mentioned, it could be extracted using GANI. So benefit of oil extraction using GANI is that the temperature of the oil will not exceed 50 degrees centigrade. I mean, even during GANI, the care should be taken that temperature should not exceed 50 degrees centigrade. Only then the nutrient profile could be retained. Mechanical method, two common method of extracting oil is using either screw press or hydraulic press. And oil is also extracted using solvent. Benefit of using solvent is that it is possible to extract maximum amount of oil from oil seeds. As our Tyagi sir mentioned, oil can also be extracted using supercritical fluid extraction, that is for premium oil or special oil like turmeric oil, which has got medicinal application. So after oil extraction, we get two products. One is the crude oil and the oil cake. So crude oil has to be refined. The first step in refining is degumming. So degumming is the process where we remove the gum. Gums are nothing but phosphatides or phospholipids. These phosphatides or phospholipids contain good amount of lecithin, which has got lots of industry application, including food industry. Then degummed oil goes to a second step, which is called the neutralization. It is a process where we remove the free fatty acids. Free fatty acid, if not removed, will lead to rancidity. And this free fatty acid, it is used in the soap industry. It then goes to a bleaching. So bleaching is the process where undesirable color compounds are removed from the oil. So bleaching will be done using a Bowler's earth, activated clay, activated carbon. These after use, it is also recycled. After usage, it could be used as the manure. It then goes to a deodorization process where the odor compound, the flavor compound that is present in oil, which is not desirable, will be removed during deodorization process by distillation. So during distillation, the volatile compound that is present in the oil will be separated and that will be collected. These volatile compounds contain lots of vitamins and minerals like tocopherol, and that is separated and isolated. It then goes to second last process. Winterization is always an optional process where any wax that is present in the oil could be separated. Again, wax has got lots of industrial application. In food industry, it is used as the edible coating. Now let's move into the value addition of groundnut. The groundnut, before it is crushed, the outer cover, which is called the shell, is removed by a process called the defabrication. After which it goes to oil extraction. From oil extraction, we get de-oiled cake and the oil. This oil goes for refining. The groundnut, if you look at the nutrition profile of groundnut, not only contains oil, it also contains good amount of protein, 25.8 gram of protein. It contains fiber. And the fatty acid profile is that it contains not only saturated fatty acids, good amount of muca and pupa. So this comes under a category of unsaturated fatty acids, which is considered very good for health. And it is loaded with lots of vitamins and minerals, which contains biotin, niacin, thiamine, vitamin, and it also contains antioxidants, phytosterols like cisterol, which has got anti-cancer action. The de-oiled cake, from the de-oiled cake, we only remove the oil. It contains rest of all the nutrients in the cake. This should be effectively used for the separation of the protein and also other antioxidants that is present in the cake. Now let's look into the value addition of groundnut. The most popular and commercial product from the groundnut is the roasted peanut. So nowadays we get roasted peanuts in various flavor, and this is honey coated, and this is spicy or pepper coated, and this lemon and chili coated. This is caramel coated, and this is chocolate coated. So coating is one commercial feasible value addition to the groundnut. The other product, other value addition that could be done to the groundnut is that it could be made into chicky. Chicky, this kind of chicky sweets that is prepared from groundnut. And peanut butter is again another commercial product that could be prepared using peanut. And these peanut butter is used in preparation of cake. And peanut flour can be prepared from the peanut acids, which could be ground and made into flour, or the de-oiled cake could be made into flour. And this flour has got lots of industrial application, like it could be used in preparation of cakes, cookies, bread. In addition of actually the groundnut or the peanut to the product enhances the flavor compounds. It gives a nutty flavor to the food product. It enhances the sensory attribute of the product that is prepared using a peanut or the groundnut. And other viable product that could be prepared from peanut is the peanut milk. The peanut milk is as good as almond milk, and the milk for the peanut or almond milk is in huge demand in the market because lots of people are looking for vegan product. So this milk has got lots of industrial applications. It could be used in preparation of curd or yogurt, and in preparation of lots of desserts. The oil cake, I told you, from the oil cake, we only remove the oil. It contains rest of other nutrients, and the oil cake, we can prepare protein concentrate, which will have protein as high as 72%, or we can also isolate protein, and that will have 86% protein. And we all know there is huge demand for the protein in the market. And the peanut skin, we have various color of the skin in the peanuts. And based on the color, the phytochemical compounds or the antioxidant that is present also differ. And this peanut skin could be used as the nutraceutical or a functional food, which could be used in preparation of again of various food products like herbal tea. And the skin can also be fortified in various food products in different proportions, like cookies. And it is also used as a feed. And the cake can also be used as a feed to the cattle, poultry, hatchery, and aqua feed. And this oil cake, after extraction of oil, is also used in preparation of manure for organic farm. And the shell is the another byproduct that you get from the coconut processing unit. The shell could be powdered and it could be made into pellet. And this pellet could be used as the fuel. And this powder is also used as the packing material, gives cushion effect to the packaging material. And the pellet could also be incinerated to get activated carbon. Next is rice bran. So rice bran, actually we have two types of rice bran. One is the raw rice bran and the parboiled rice bran. So the parboiled rice bran will look comparatively more stable because as it is exposed to high temperature. The common problem with the rice bran is that it contains enzyme lipase. So enzyme lipase, if it is not inactivated, may lead to rancidity. So parboiled rice bran are considered more stable as it is heated during parboiling process, and this could be stored better than the raw rice bran. And this bran is first sieved to separate the broken rice. And this broken rice, which is present in the bran, it goes as the animal feed, or it could be separated and its value-added products can also be prepared from the broken rice. The bran that which you get is steamed. So this becomes an important step in rice bran processing, which is also called the stabilization of bran, because this is done to inactivate the enzyme lipase, after which it goes to solvent extraction. So it is mixed with the solvent, and the mixture of oil and solvent is called as micella. It is then heated to get the crude oil. Crude oil further, it is refined to get the refined oil. The bran that we obtain also contains some amount of solvent in it. That to be heated to get the de-oiled bran. So de-oiled bran goes as the animal feed. If you look at the nutrition profile of rice bran oil, and this is also called as heart oil, as it contains good amount of NUPA and PUPA. So rice bran is very nutritious. It contains tocopherol, which is the antioxidant, which has got lots of health benefits. It also contains tocophenol, and this is used in reduction of cholesterol. Again, oryzanol is also helping increasing the HDL and lowering the LDL. And it also contains swiculin, which is the antioxidant. The wax that is separated from the rice bran refining, it contains 2 to 6% of wax, and that is used in polish industry, and it is also used in edible coating or edible wrapping, and it also has a wide application cosmetic. Rice bran oil contains vitamin E, and as we mentioned, oryzanol and vitamin B, and other phytochemicals. So rice bran, not only it's good in oil, it also contains good amount of protein, fat, fiber, vitamins, and minerals. Rice bran not only enhances the nutrition profile of the product, it also increases the functional property of the product as such, because it increases the emulsifying property of the product, water absorption property, and foaming property. So the addition of the rice bran helps in enhancing the texture or final quality of the product as well, not only enhancing the nutrition profile of the product. So rice bran now has got various applications. It could be used in bakery industries at different replacements to prepare various bakery products like cookies, muffins, pastries, all that. This is a small example where the rice bran is replaced with the wheat flour at the ratio of 10, 15, and 20%. So this increased the protein content of the product to a level of 3.43% when it is replaced with 20% bran without altering the sensory attributes. And rice bran also contains good amount of protein, and the quality of the protein is superior than the protein that is present in other food-based, other products like peanuts, potato, and the benefit of the and this rice bran protein could be used as the infant food, and this could be used in the preparation of various gluten-free products and also used in cosmetic industry. Lecithin is one of the important products that could be separated from the gum in the rice bran, and the lecithin, as I've already mentioned, has got lots of industrial application, of course, in the food industry as well. It is used as the emulsifier, it is used as the viscosity modifier, it helps in increasing the shelf life, and is also used as the supplement. Rice bran wax. Rice bran wax. The wax could be used in coating of fruits and vegetables. Attempt also done where the wax could be coated onto meat, fish to enhance the shelf life of the product. And wax has got good application in cosmetic industries where it could be preparation of body butter, lip balms, and lipsticks. Our next product is coconut. So as you all know, coconut milk is equivalent to mother's milk. It contains good amount of lauric acid, which has the antiviral, antibacterial, antifungal property. And this coconut is rich in fiber, iron, potassium, and protein. And these are the health benefits of consuming coconut. So coconut or coconut milk is actually good to brain. This helps in treating brain-related disease like Alzheimer, as it contains lauric acid. So these are the products that could be made out of coconut, coconut milk, coconut butter, coconut water, nectar, coconut cream, coconut sugar, and coconut shreds. Virgin coconut oil is another commercially high-value product that could be prepared from the coconut. And coconut flour. This coconut flour has got lots of industrial application. We'll discuss it. And coconut milk. It's a coconut milk. So it is lactose-free and gluten-free and is preferred by the vegan community. And this coconut milk could be used in preparation of number of products. So you can prepare separate coconut butter from the milk, and you can also make toasted coconut butter where the coconut shred is toasted before the separation of milk and the butter. Coconut cream. Coconut cream has now got lots of industrial application in the ice cream industry and also in the bakery industry. So from the milk, we can separate this cream. So the cream will have 54% of water, 40% of fat, and 4.4% of protein. And this could be used in preparation of ice creams. IFPT have developed a technology to produce coconut, non-dairy coconut ice cream. And these are the health benefits of the non-dairy coconut ice cream. If any of you are interested in this technology, you can write to a director at the rate of ifpt.edu.in. Coconut milk can also be used in the preparation of coconut yogurt. The coconut milk is to be first heated to a temperature of 75 to 85 degrees centigrade. It is then cooled at 45 degrees centigrade. It is then mixed with the culture and incubated at 40 to 45 degrees centigrade for a period of 4 to 5 hours, and you get coconut yogurt. And this is also commercially available. And the golden coconut latte is milk coconut based product. You can also have variations in this where you can add chocolate, you can add nira, you can add honey or white sugar to make flavor to the coconut milk. And the coconut flour is prepared by shredding the coconut. It could be prepared by extracting the oil, and the residue is dried and made into powder. The benefit of extracting oil and then shredding is that the flour will not get rancid because the milk, the coconut milk contains fat, and that is it is extracted and separated. And that powder could be stable, and that could be used in preparation of various products. It could be used in preparing extruded products, dairy-based products, bread, cookies, and all that. And other products that could be prepared, and these are of course the commercial product that is prepared and available in the market, packaged coconut water, snowball tender nut, and the coconut water can also blend it with the other juice, and where you can have blended juice, and frozen coconut water, and atta de coco is a fermented product, and milk. The coconut milk could be spray dried, and you get it similar to the cow's milk. Coconut syrup, coconut jam, and coconut yogurt, virgin coconut oil, as you mentioned, another important commercial product, and coconut sap, coconut cheese, and this could be used in preparation of various bakery products like cookies. And byproduct, everything could be used. Coconut, plant leaf, everything is used. The shell is also powdered. This is good source of fiber, and this also has good application in different proportions in various bakery industries. The shell is infernated to get charcoal and activated carbon. This activated carbon has got number of applications. It's also used in oil industry to observe the color and flavor during refining process. So coconut shell, as I mentioned, could be powdered, and it could be used in proportions in various bakery products to enhance the fiber content, and this is also made into charcoal, and a number of decorative items can be made from this shell. And the milk residue, the coconut milk residue, it is used as the organic manure for the organic cultivation. And next is the value-added products from soybean. Soybean, not only is for the oil extraction, it contains very good amount of protein, and lots of products could be prepared using soybean, a few of which are soy sauce, soy paste, soy milk. Soy milk is commercially available, and again, lots of products like paneer, tofu could be separated, value added to the soy milk. And the soy flour or the soy protein now has got lots of industrial application in the preparation of vegan meat. Mustard, Tyagi sir have mentioned the various products that could be prepared from the mustard. The mustard could be used in preparation of mustard dressing, mustard oil, mustard sauce. Again, mustard oil cake can also be used for preparation of protein. And sunflower seeds could be used in preparation of lots of desserts. It could be used in preparation of laddu, a chikki as that is prepared from groundnut, and can also be roasted and consumed as such. And it is also used in preparation of butter. So these are the list of value-added products that could be made from the oil seeds. And if you need anything about the oil seeds, you can write to a director at director@ispc.edu.in.
Yes.
And if any queries on value addition or processing of oil.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was such a detailed presentation. We got to know more about the value-added products from oilseeds and also the effective utilization of its byproducts. I think no queries in the chat box, ma'am.
Actually, the voice is too low.
Ma'am, can you hear me? Am I audible now? I think no questions they have posted in the chat box, ma'am.
The phosphatides, I'm taking questions. I'm not like, I couldn't hear you. How phosphatides are removed? Phosphatides are nothing but the gums that are removed by three methods. One is water degumming, acid degumming, and enzyme degumming. So enzyme degumming is a process, it could be removed any of this method.
And also they have asked about the value-added products in sunflower seeds.
So peanut milk, it's in fact very simple. Peanut to be soaked So after soaking, you need to grind to extract the milk, and this milk acids will not be stable. You will have to pasteurize or sterilize. Only then it could be stored based on the treatment that you give. Accordingly, you will have extracted. Coconut water, yes, tender coconut water, not the coconut water. We have the technology for virgin coconut oil preparation. You can write to us. Yes, ma'am. Remaining questions, we can, if you have any further questions, we can send us and we can get it back to you. Any further questions? And we will ask ma'am for the slides and we will send you back. So thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us and taking out time for taking this session, ma'am.
So we move on to the next technical talk, which is on quality characteristics of oilseed and extracted oil. For this session, I would like to invite Dr. Pradyuman Yadav, Senior Scientist, ICAR, IIOR Hyderabad. Sir has obtained his PhD and MSc degree with specialization in biochemistry from CCS Agricultural University, Hisar. Sir has around 15 years of research experience in the field of oil processing, oilseed trade, metabolomics, characterization and identification of trait-specific genotypes, etc. His research papers have been published in more than 30 reviewed journals, 15 popular articles, 10 book chapters, and 72 research abstracts. Sir has also developed many varieties and hybrids, such as safflower variety, castor hybrid, sunflower hybrid, and many more. We welcome you, sir, to this webinar. Please share your presentation, sir. Sir, please make it in the full screen mode. Sir, at the top you can see slide.
Yeah. Is it audible, madam?
Yes, it is audible, sir.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. I will be presenting on the oil characteristics of major edible oils and edible oils. So, outline of my presentation will be the fatty acid composition of different oils, WHO, American Heart Association, and Japanese and NIN guidelines for vegetable oil consumption, oil extraction processes. I think a lot of the previous speakers, they have discussed regarding this oil extraction processes, but I will not give more emphasis on this thing. And oil blending policy in India, vegetable oil brands in Indian market, major edible oil brands, and dietary recommendation of total fats and oils. So as we know that oil is liquid at room temperature and fat is solid or semi-solid at room temperature. This is the only difference in oils and fats physically, and chemically that saturation and unsaturation is also there. And it is providing around 9 kilocalories per gram of the energy. And majorly it is used for this caloric and nutritional value. And it is also giving that flavor to other food components, and due to its high calorific value, it delays the digestion, increase palatability of foods, and feelings of satiety also it gives. And the most important thing is it is a carrier of vitamin A, D, E, K. These are the fat soluble vitamins. So this is the major this thing for oils and fats. So as per this codex, edible oils are foodstuffs which are composed of primarily of the glycerides of fatty acids and only from vegetable sources. They may contain small amount of other things also, like phosphatates, unsaponified matter, and these things. So this is the major, the glycerol, and these are the different fatty acids, you can say. So these can be triglyceride, diglyceride, monoglycerides also. These are the unsaturated fatty acids like linoleic, alpha-linolenic, and gamma-linolenic fatty acids. These are the common fatty acids, and these are not commonly found in not found in these vegetable oils like EPA and DHA. Although these are essential. So, what is the importance of vegetable oil in our diet? As we know that this is the integral part of our diet, from curry making to puri making, vada, dosa, everywhere we use these oils only, and these are essential for the sources of essential fatty acids also. Apart from that, they have some regulatory and this for brain cell metabolic regulations and hormone and prostaglandin control also, and they are also giving this. Already I had described the taste, palatability, flavor, and mouth feel to our body, and this thing also I have told. And why these are essential? Because our body cannot synthesize some of the fatty acids, so we have to take from the other sources like unsaturated fatty acids. So that linoleic and linolenic acids. So we are taking from oils only, and this AL and DHA, these are conditional essential, because some people they cannot synthesize absorb this ALA and linoleic also. Then directly we have to give DHA and GLA. These are the importance of these essential fatty acids. I will not going to read. Why these are essential? Because suppose this is alpha linolenic acid, this is essential fatty acids, but in some people these enzymes are not present. So directly we have to give either this DHA or EPA. This is the typical table for this fatty acid composition of different edible oils. Here we can see that coconut, palm oil, these are highly saturated. They are containing highly this saturated fatty acids, and this olive and these are having more 18-1 means monounsaturated fatty acids. Rice bran, mustard oil, and corn, these are having small amount of ALA also. As I discussed earlier, that ALA is essential fatty acids our body cannot synthesize. LA is also essential, but it is evidently found in all oils. So we will more focus on the 18-3, that is alpha linolenic acid. So here we can say in the coconut oil, 91% saturated fats are there. In palm kernel oil, 83. Like in palm, this 49%, and this all other this corn, cotton seed, sunflower, safflower, soybean, linseed, and sesame, they are having saturated, monounsaturated, and polyunsaturated, but the bias towards the polyunsaturated fatty acid also. But according to the American Heart Association and these WHO recommendations, none of the oil is meeting the requirements. So if we take the case of American Heart Association recommendation, the ratio of saturated, monounsaturated, and polyunsaturated fatty acids should be 1:1:1, means 33, 33, 33. But here we can see none of the oils they are having this ratio. So if we take the sesame, it is having 15, 41, and 43. And like this linseed, though it is not purely edible, but I have considered this 9, 19, and 68. And in this PUFA also, we should take this ratio of omega-6 and omega-3. That omega-3 is ALA only. Fatty acid should be 5 to 10. WHO and NIN recommendations means per day we have to take 2 to 4 grams per day. So here we can see that none of the oil is meeting this requirement, daily requirement. So there are so many options are there for this thing. So for making this according to the guidelines, those I will discuss later. So oil extraction process, I think previous speakers they have described in length. So I will not give more emphasis on this. That first this is this pressing method. Oil extraction from pressing methods means the virgin oil, the Codex standard. According to that, the virgin oils are obtained without altering the nature of oil by mechanical procedures. For example, expelling or pressing. And here they have mentioned that that heat application should not be there, and they may be purified by water washing, settling, filtering, and centrifugation only. No additives are permitted in this virgin oil. But according to the German standards, the virgin oil is reserved for oils obtained in native or raw form, no heat treatment at all, only pressing of untreated raw material by screw pressed or other mechanical extraction and purification of resulting oils by sedimentation, centrifugation, or filtration. And the cold press oils, according to these Codex standards, here the cold press oils are obtained without altering the oil by mechanical procedures only, expelling or pressing without the application of heat. Here we can see that virgin oils of these German standards and the cold press oils of the Codex standards are they are having same these guidelines. They may have been purified by washing, water, settling, filtering, and centrifugation. No food additives are permitted in cold press oil. In contrast to this Codex Alimentary, cold press oil in the German guidelines refers only to the extraction process. No application of heat in this step. Therefore, cold press oils can be processed from roasted seeds or use of hot water and steam is allowed in case of Codex Alimentary for cold pressing, but such treatments has to be indicated on the product label. It can be concluded that virgins are also cold pressed, but cold pressed oils are not stringent virgin oils. And in the European Commission guidelines, they have clearly mentioned that this virgin or extra virgin olive oil should be extracted below 27-degree temperature from the first mechanical pressing of olive paste by traditional extraction system using hydraulic pressed oil. So here, the cold extraction can be used for VVO, virgin olive oil or extra virgin olive oil obtained at temperature 27 degree by pre-percolation or centrifugation of the olive paste. Such criteria in India have not been established till now. So we are following there only. And for this oil extraction also, previous speakers, they have decided, but they have told about these things. So I will not go in this thing. Here, this important thing is that whether this cold press oil is good or solvent extracted oil, it means that refined oil. So here, this I have made this table. What is their advantages and disadvantages? Means heat treatment in cold press oil, we are not giving heat treatments, no chemical treatment, no refining, no harmful solvent residues, added chemicals or preservatives are not there. Natural and antioxidants like phenolics, tocopherols, these things will be there. These parameters will means in the solvent extraction, we give heat treatment, chemical treatment, refining, and solvents may be residue, but nowadays the technology is very advanced and these solvent residues are not present in these things. They may add some preservatives and chemicals also. Partially, that natural antioxidants, though they are present in this cold press oil, but in this, partially they might be removed. The most important thing is in the cold press oil that natural flavor will be there, but in the solvent extracted methods, that flavor will decrease drastically. Both are cholesterol free, that is okay. And oil recovery is the major concern. In case of cold press methods, oil recovery is less. In case of solvent methods, oil recovery is very high. And the major disadvantage of cold press method is the metals, polyaromatic hydrocompounds, insecticides, and pesticide residues might be present in the cold press oils, but these things totally they are removed in case of solvent extraction methods. So I have shown in the table that none of the oil is meeting the requirement of the WHO or AHA guidelines. So there are some oil modification methods like change to alter the fatty acid composition, like hydrogenation, pentaesterification, fractionation, blending. So majorly these four methods are there. So the blending or mixing of oils, this is the major that oil modification method used worldwide. So what is the oil blending in India? Oil blended vegetable oil is an admixture of two edible vegetable oils, refined or raw or both, in which the proportion of any oil is not less than 20%. Means we can add in a ratio of 20-80, 30-70, 40-60, and 50-50. But that one oil should not be less than 20%. And these are different types of blends like type 1, type 2, type 3. Type 1 is an admixture of any two refined edible oils, where one oil may be refined solvent extracted rice bran oil. And in the type 2 blend oil, an admixture of any oil, any one of the edible grade of raw edible oil and one refined edible oil, where one oil may be refined solvent extracted rice bran oil. And in the type 3, an admixture of any two edible grade of expressed raw edible oils except rice bran oil. So what are the admixtures with other oils and adulterants? Means the blended vegetable oils shall be free from argemone oil, hydrocyanuric acid, mineral oil, other non-edible oils, and adulterants like kusum, castor, neem oil, karanja oil, animal fat, and tricyl phosphate. So these are in the guidelines only. And these are the FSSAI guidelines for packaging and these things. So blended oil should not be sold in loose form. It should be sold in packaging weight not more than 15 liters. The container with the blended vegetable oil shall be tamper-proof. It shall also not be sold under the common or generic name, but that these things should be there. Blended edible vegetable oil. The sealed package shall be sold or offered for sale only under AgMark certification mark. And like the FSSAI amend the word to be used for the weight of the blended oil vegetable oil package. Instead of 15 liters, the packaging of blended vegetable oil will now weigh not more than 15 kg. So we have done a market survey 2 years back, I think, and we have collected information about the major oil brands and what is their composition. So those are available in supermarket. So these are different edible oils. These things we have collected, and we have according to their label claim, we have noted their fatty acid composition, and this like saturated, monounsaturated, and polyunsaturated fatty acids, and trans fats and omega-3 also we have seen. So single oils means for olive we got 14 oils. Those are not blended, only single oils. Like in case of sunflower, 12 brands, major brands. Other brands might be there, but major brands that present in the supermarkets. 9 rice bran, canola and mustard 5 brands, groundnut 4, palm oil 4, sesame 3, coconut 3, soybean 1, and safflower 1 brand. These number of brands were there in the supermarket, and we have checked their fatty acid profile, and none of this edible oil is meeting the requirements of the WHO. And the omega-3 content is only in the canola and mustard oil we could find from 7.5 to 11 grams. Other was not having this thing, only canola oil and soybean oil. So earlier I told you that there are ways for the modification to alter this fatty acid profile. So blended vegetable oils are also present in the market. So we have seen that these number of blended vegetable oils are present, and I have gone through their fatty acid profile. Here we can see that after blending also, their fatty acid profile is not according to the guidelines. Means this, I have this Fortune Vivo, they have not mentioned these things. Olive active 23, 42, 35. This Olive Smart, that is canola and rice bran, they have mentioned 12, 54, and 34 grams. Omega-3 content is also not up to the guidelines in the blended vegetable oils also. So here we can see that after blending also, the blending is not majorly done for alter the fatty acid profile. It is mainly for economic reasons. People are blending these things, not to give the best oil. And in olive oil also, in the suppose if you see this olive health, Sundrop Light, the olive oil is there, but not that it, because olive oil people nowadays, this is buzzword, people want to use olive oil, so they are mixing 20% olive oil, and instead of that they are giving name to this brand name. So here we can conclude that neither single oil nor blended oil provides the balanced composition of saturated and unsaturated fatty acids. Therefore, adhering to particular oil for long-term use must be avoided. So these are the calorific requirement of different age groups. So here we can see for a male, for a 50 adult male, if you take, it is around 2,800 to 3,000, or above 50 it is 2,400 or 2,800 for these things. And for sedentary lifestyle it is less only, the calorie requirement. So here we'll try to calculate how much oil is needed for these different age groups. So one example we will take. This is the calorific requirement. So here we will see for an adult sedentary calorific requirement is 2000. I have mentioned in the previous this thing. So 30% of that 2000 is 600 calories, and 1 gram of fat is 9 kilocalories. So per day 66 gram is needed, and per month it is 1.98 kg is needed, and for whole year it is 23.7 kg is needed for a person with sedentary lifestyle. And we are consuming around 12 to 14, and now it is increased to 16 also. And in this also different oils, means like ratio of saturated, polyunsaturated and monounsaturated and DHA for different age groups. This is different. This I have taken from FAO expert that white paper. So from the joint FAO and there's expert concentration of fat and fatty acid in human nutrition. This from I have taken this slide from there. So here we can see that for small children the DHA is essential. Or after it is clear that visible fat, that 23 around 24 kg, that is means total fat requirement minus invisible fat requirements, means how much invisible fats we are taking. So from the literature survey I came to that around 50% of that total fat requirement is coming from the invisible sources like cereals, pulses, eggs, milk, and what dry fruits we are taking. So from 24 we can say that we can, if you take around 12 kg per year of the visible fats, that is sufficient for our nutritional requirements. And why that now that I will come to this, I come to this deterioration of oils and fats. Then already the previous speakers they have mentioned that this due to the air and this moistures, the oils deteriorate and the oxidation processes happens, and the oak flavor also comes. When we'll heat or rinse it, then also this deterioration will come. So this depends upon the fatty acid composition, and if you use more if preferably in vacuum or less oxygen species, and hydrolysis also, that should moisture should be very less to avoid the lipase activity. So like that, if you add antioxidants and we will take care of the storage, then up to certain mark we can decrease the deterioration or oxidation of the oils. So these are the major antioxidants and nutraceutical presents in the oils, like in rice bran oryzanol, there's stearyl, lecithins, phytosterols, tocopherols and tocotrienols. Tocotrienols mostly in the palm oil, stanols and phenolic acids like sesamin, sismol, sismolinin, sesame oil. So these are the antioxidants. They also helps in vivo and ex vivo for these oils. Means when we'll take oil, eat oil, then also this will help. And if you store the oils, then also antioxidants will help in reducing the antioxidation process. So here we can say that if we are taking saturated fats, monounsaturated fats, polyunsaturated fats, and high linolenic in polyunsaturated also high linolenic acid, then how the oxidation rate will go. If you take only monounsaturated fats, and then oxidation will be very less. If you take saturated fats, oxidation will be very less. If you take monounsaturated fats, it will increase slightly. But in case of polyunsaturated fats, that oxidation will increase drastically. And if linolenic acid is there, it will be very high, that oxidation rate. So to reduce this oxidation rate, we have to add antioxidants. So these graphs tell that if the density with no antioxidants and antioxidants in fresh oil. So this here we can see with no antioxidant that rancidity will, in no time the oil will be rancid. If we add antioxidants, then it will reduce it will increase the time for the rancidity, and the oil is fresh. And if we add antioxidant also, then we can increase the storage time of the oil. So it will be helpful for storing also, and it is for health benefits are also there. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really an informative session.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really a very informative session for all the participants.
Sir, I think all the questions you have covered in your presentation itself.
Okay, madam.
If any further question, we will be taking at the end of the technical session, sir.
Okay, madam.
Okay. We'll be moving on to the next technical talk on oilseed processing industry insight and experience sharing. For this session, we have with us Dr. Krishnadev D. Yadav, Senior Vice President, Technical, AAK India Private Limited, Mumbai, Maharashtra. Sir has been a trailblazer for around 15 years with multiple programs to his credit, including customer co-development. Sir is equipped with a business acumen honed by more than 35 years of industry experience and a customer-centric business philosophy. His visionary ideas and steadfast commitment have catalyzed the company's year-on-year growth in the edible oils and fat sector, and also received the continuous appreciation from industrial clients such as Nestle, Mondelez, Britannia, Parle, etc. We welcome you to this webinar, sir. Please proceed with your session. Sir, we can't hear you. Please unmute.
Yeah, I think you have just unmuted me. Thank you so much, ma'am. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir, yes.
So I'll share my presentation. Is it visible?
Sir, you have not shared it.
One sec, just a minute. Is it visible now?
No, sir, your video is visible, but your presentation is not shared.
One sec, just a minute, sorry. I think I have forwarded my PPT to you also.
Sir,
Maybe
shall we share it from our side?
if you can give me the right, no, but you can't give that right then, no? Just a minute, please. Click here, yeah. Share my computer.
Sir, if you are facing any issue, we will share it from our side.
1 minute. Just a minute.
Are you able to see it now? We see your screen, but we can't see the presentation. Yes, now it is sharing.
Thank you. Is it visible now?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Go to the slide format. Yeah. Is it all right now? Everybody can see it?
Yes, sir. Please go
Thank
ahead.
you so much. So, first of all, let me thank the organizers, Professor Loganathan and NIFTEM-T team for providing us this opportunity to be with you all this afternoon. So, I think my session chairman, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, Mahesh and all team have very nicely covered the oilseed processing part and some of the GMB factors and all. And also, I think Dr. Atma Selvi has very nicely covered the value added products that can be had in this category. So, what to move to next year? Huh? So quickly to take you through the overall agriculture scenario, we all know, I mean, oilseeds crop is totally dependent on the monsoon, and good monsoon always results into a good oilseed crops, and this all oilseed crops totally account for almost 3.5 to 4.5% of our GDP. So very important to have industry focused on how to have productivity and ensure availability of good quality oils at affordable prices. So these are key major 10 oil seeds. I think previous speakers have already covered this, I believe. And soybean, cotton seed, groundnut, sunflower in that descending order, rapeseed. These are the major oils of Indian origin and play a major role in our economy. And as mentioned by previous speaker, also soybean, groundnut, and sunflower, they almost cover almost 80% plus 90% of the oil seed requirement. The total domestic, area under cultivation is almost 29 million hectare, and the average yield is only 1100 to 1200 kg. This is a real matter of concern, and I think we all as a scientist, both agricultural scientist and then subsequently food processing team, have to really think on value addition subsequently and how to increase the productivity at the farm level so that the farmer is ensured of getting a better returns on his investment. And total, if you see edible oil per capita consumption, it is right now it is 16.5 to 17 kg, and we are a net importer actually of edible oils because the total consumption is 22.5 to 23 million tons, which means that there is a almost gap of 65%, I would say, gets imported in the country of our total requirement, and only 35 to 40% gets produced. And we are a net importer of oils and amounting to almost 160 lakh crores, 1.6 lakh crores, or 20 billion US dollars. And total turnover of oilseed sector is around 35 billion. So this necessitates, as additional secretary also emphasized, and Professor Loganathan also emphasized, we need to look into, both productivity and, even the losses and all. Previous speakers covered how to have better productive cultivation and processing, so that we are able to cut down our imports on this. We all know almost 65 to 70% of our forex goes into edible oil and crude petroleum oil. And this is really a lot of burden uh, to our Indian economy. And we all need to, and government of India has made a, movement towards this in the recent budget. We all know palm plantation, which palm oil, we all know, has the highest per hectare yield, and it is going to be the most cheapest oil available, and one of the good quality oil, I must say, as far as for food processing industry is there, because it has got 50% saturate, 50% unsaturated. So a lot of focus is going to be, to be Atmanirbhar Bharat, we need to have palm oil plantation, because almost 33 to 40% of the total oil requirement is met with palm oil, and we are totally dependent on countries like Indonesia and Malaysia. So even with this, increased palm plantation and more focus on, increasing the productivity of local, uh, indigenous oils, definitely this gap is going to reduce, but still we will be, in by 25, 26, this overall availability still will be, 13.5 to 14 million tons, and gap of 11 to 12 million tons is still going to be there. Along with this productivity and all, as I think all our previous speakers covered, processing of edible oils, and most important in this, I think, how to modernize our ancient methods or old methods of extraction, and more focus has to be, I think previous speakers also emphasized, it is on the pre-cleaning and pre-treatment of seeds, so that we get a better quality oil and oil yield from this. And also the meal that we get, you know has to be put for better value addition than, exporting it or utilizing it for cattle feed. And we all know India as a country, we are, protein malnutrition is still a issue. And we need to ensure that all these edible oil seeds, majority of them, after oil is extracted, contain almost 40 to 50% of oil into it, protein into it. And how to, extract this in a most effective way, most efficient way, so that we get a value added products. I'm sure, I think Dr. Sanjeev Kumar and even I have been in touch with CFET Ludhiana. The team is doing excellent work in value addition part, I must say. I had the opportunity to interview Dr. Sanjeev and Dr. D.N. Yadav, last year, and they're doing a wonderful job towards getting protein concentrate or protein isolate, which are going to change the overall economy of the business we are into. So I'm not going to touch upon more on the extraction methods and all. Team earlier speakers have very nicely covered it. But in this, what I would like to stress upon, that this all needs to be modernized, even though we are focusing on medium and small scale industries. But let me put it, sustainability and process efficiency and cost effectiveness is, and most important, food safety and quality management systems have to be imbibed with even small processors also, because that is where we can be differentiative from others. And in although India is a net importer of oils and fats, I think there is still some opportunity where, although we are highest consumption within country, But there is a scope, I would say, if we follow good manufacturing practices, good care during processing, pre-cleaning of the seed, pre-treatment, improving the extraction of oil yield through maybe enzyme assisted and all our friends earlier described. So there is a lot of scope where we can improve the quality of oil that we extract, because moment you go to solvent extraction, no doubt we are able to recover all the oil, we are definitely going to get an inferior quality oil than what we get by expeller uh, method. So in this abroad, I am aware a lot of focus is there, on how to cut down on the energy. We have got series of expellers, and still the cake contains 7 to 8% say oil into it. Now, instead of having so many mechanical expellers, uh, abroad the concept is to go for maybe something like an Anderson type screw, pressing method or extruder. Already in oil preparation, seed preparation. In case of mustard, people are using, expanders, which is cooking and then extrusion and expansion to get a better oil recovery and maximum in the mechanical pressing stage. I think a lot of improvement is further needed into this to improve the overall oil yields and also the quality of meal that we get. And most important in this is how to take care of contaminants, so lot of opportunities of export, when we say, are going to be there, but how are we going to do it? When we want to go for export of oils, we need to match to the global standards. So if India wants to, local to global concept we want to implement, we need to upgrade our systems, both processing, preparatory of the seeds and all, and even the contaminant management is going to be very, very important. We all know, certain contaminants like moss and mow come from the lubricant or plastic and all that we use. So system has to be designed, right from acceptance of the seed to processing of it in a way. So total risk mitigation plan to take care of these food contaminants, is going to be of importance. And there is an opportunity, to have, because we in India we have got, palm is saturated oil. We have got coconut oil, which is very good oil in spite of being, highest saturation, but the quality of saturated fatty acids are really of good quality. And now it's proven beyond doubt that coconut oil is a good oil. So, going forward, how to process our products at par with global standards. So, Dr. Atma Selvi did mention about the virgin coconut oil. A huge potential is there and the nutritional benefits that it has. So, we need to make our systems good GMP to be followed right from sourcing to final product, taking care of oxidative changes and perfect nitrogen blanketing. Even the packaging material plays an important role. So also some people who want to go for further processing to refined oils and all, there again we need to be taking care of food contaminants like 3-MCPD and G. In India still legislation is not there on that, but in the time to come it's already legislation in Europe, and it's going to be there in times to come here in India also. So industries need to be prepared for it. Also, the oil meal that we produce, even after solvent extraction and all, We all know many of them have got the anti-nutritional factors, and also soya, for example, the urease activity and the protein dispersibility index and all. So they are very important if you want to take it to extraction of protein and the making a value added products out of that. So I mean, palm oil still is going to be continuing as a major oil, because of the per hectare yield and all. But we need to focus on, as I said, byproducts like oil seed or cake or meal to get a value added products. And we all know, if we make our diet rich in protein and balanced safa mufa pufa, as Dr. Pradyumn also said, WHO standards and all. So they have got a managing ability through diet, both of diabetics and even the cardiovascular diseases and all, and the obesity, and a lot of focus is there. We all know 2023 is a millet year declared by government of India, and even we are trying to see that even the whole world accepts this concept of millets, which are multigrain atta or millets and all, which are again low GI carb diets and all can be developed, or gluten free diets can be developed. So tree born seeds is another, I think, opportunity I see. Chocolate consumption in India is quite low, and it's going to grow. And we have got almost 9 to 10 types of tree-borne oil seeds, right from sal, mahua, karanja, kokum, dhupa, dhrambe, fulvara, even watermelon seeds. Oil has got properties very similar to cocoa butter like. So we need to focus on these tree-borne seed oils also, which are nothing but going to be a cocoa butter equivalent, or cocoa butter improver kind of properties. And the tribals who are involved into it, they can get a better earning. We can improve their livelihood, and uh, overall collection of these will go high if they get a better remuneration and value addition that is going to be there. So chocolate consumption, as we all know, in India is quite low. It is 200, 250 gram as against 1 kg global average. So there is a lot of opportunity to focus on these kind of oils also, apart from the traditional regular oils that we have. Regular oils also, like we have got a huge opportunity, virgin cold pressed oils, our colleagues, friends enumerated on. So sesame, groundnut, mustard, mustard, uh, which is high erucic rapeseed oil, you know, uh, Europe, it has got less acceptance because of the high erucic acid and all. But frankly, if you ask me as a nutrition scientist, it is one of the best edible oil, nutritionally balanced that we have. And we all know, many of you as a formulator, mustard oil can be used in even weight reduction formulation or recipe also, because of its very high content of erucic acid, or further hydrogenation, it becomes, behenic and all. And we all know, by virtue of being a long chain fatty acids, their digestibility and all is relatively low. So you can enjoy the taste of food using these oils and still not have a less problem of weight gain and all. Also, Seabuck thorn oil, evening primrose borage. I think Prime Minister's theme to have this, one district, one product concept can be very well implemented through focusing on these local oils, local produce that we have, and value added products that, wheat germ oil, black currant, or evening primrose oil. I am told Kodaikanal and that side of Tamil Nadu has production of evening primrose or borage, black currant oil and all, because the conditions are very suitable to that. So we can have this nutritional oil, seabuckthorn oil. Lot of work is being done by DRDO. At Leh and Ladakh, they have got a special lab and monitoring and cultivation of this seabuckthorn oil, which is very rich in omega-7 fatty acids, which have got a inner beauty enhancement kind of properties and all. So lot of opportunities we as an industry can see. And whatever we do, I think this sustainability is going to be a big platform in the times to come. And India also is a part of WHO and FAO, which has launched Food Sustainability Summit 2030, wherein we have to respect for environmental and sustainable governance, safety. Uh, so reducing the carbon footprint, and also these are going to be challenges, and how to minimize the wastages, or like if you go for protein, say soya meal to soya protein concentrate or isolate, we need to uh, while producing soya protein concentrate or to isolate, lot of water effluent is there. So how to minimize that? I'm sure I have been interacting with CFET, and they have worked a lot on it, how to recycle and have a zero discharge kind of effluent concept. So probably research institutes, government will already come up with this plan, and support and subsidy to the small scale and medium size entrepreneurs, and providing productivity linked benefits and all, and support. So both government, industry, research institutes, and policymakers and all have to think on a long-term perspective, and coordination with each other is very very important. So this partnership, I'm sure what NIFTEM Tanjore has organized this program. I'm sure Tanjore, CFET Ludhiana, even CFTR and all, or NIFTEM, even Kundli. So institutes like this can really help, small scale industry people, to make value added products of a world class quality, and that is how the manufacturer is going to get a better price, and he can pass it on ultimately to the farmer, whose income our prime minister, honorable prime minister, wants and has vision to double his income. So we need to focus on, and even the industry people need to focus, small scale entrepreneurs need to focus on value added products rather than me too kind of generic products, where if the demand is uh, you know uh, if production is too high, demand and price goes down, and farmer doesn't get a price for it, and he is again demotivated not to cultivate or produce it. Also, last month I had interaction with ICAR and IOO at Hyderabad scientists, and they have developed lot of good varieties, where like soybean having high oleic, or flaxseed oil. This is very good oil, having, so flaxseed and mustard are the very good oils, having essential omega-3 fatty acids, and at a much affordable price vis-a-vis EPA and DHA. Although the conversion rate from ALA to EPA DHA is almost one tenth or even lower than that, but even at that increased level of consumption, where we are able to meet EPA and DHA requirement of our body, probably these are going to be the oils. Virgin coconut oil has got immense health benefits in treatment of cancer, there are reports. So India has got all these resources, So we need to knit these resources and channelize this all these knowledge base and support to real industries. And we, already Ministry of Commerce and Ministry of Food Processing Industry is extended there, and and Prime Minister's office is very much focused on startups and promoting them. We all, industry, research institutes, and government have to be proactively working on how to have a sustainable growth and inclusive growth, so that we are, not only able to feed our countrymen and be self-reliant or Atmanirbhar Bharat, but also able to, export these products. There is a huge requirement, unless until, but we need to meet their quality and food safety. Contaminants like phthalates or bisphenol, 3-MCPDG, MOSH and MO. These are the challenges, and with good manufacturing practices, we can bring this under control. And even Dr. Pradyum talked about the blended oils and all. So no two oils can meet the fatty acid profile of what WHO says. You need to go for more than 3 or 4 oils sometimes to really make it a nutritionally more healthier oil. And recently FSSAI has allowed this. Even flaxseed oil can be added in the blended oil at 5% level to meet the omega-3 fatty acid requirement. So we need to do hand holding of medium and small scale industries, but not cutting the corners. This is where sometimes we skip and do shortcuts. Remember one thing: in the times to come, we need to respect sustainability. We need to respect the food safety is a non-compromisable factor, whether it is for India or it is for the export purpose. The importance of food safety and continuous innovation in our industry, is the need of the hour. And I'm sure with this partnership and better engagement and interaction with research institutes like NIFTEM and CFTRI, or industry and government, we can really make the dream of Prime Minister making our country Atmanirbhar, skilled and healthy India really true and becoming global leader. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing such inspiring thoughts with us. Thank you.
If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer that.
Yes, sir. We came to the end of the first technical session. So we will take some of the queries. Here we have our session chair, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Tyagi, sir, and all our technical speakers, Dr. Pradhiman Yadav, sir, and Dr. Mahesh Kumar, sir, and Dr. K. Atmaselvi, ma'am. So the first question is to Dr. S.K. Tyagi, sir. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Tyagi, sir. We move on to Pradhiman Yadav, sir. The question is how to reduce the loss of volatile oil. Dr. Mahesh Kumar, sir, are you there? Sir, the question is, while deodorizing the oil using heat will introduce free radicals into it. Whether it can introduce free radicals into the oil while deodorizing it. Sir, I can't hear you.
Okay, ma'am. I was okay. What is the question, ma'am?
While deodorizing the oil, any free radicals will be introduced into it.
Madam, for small scale level, we do not advocate, but deodorizing means we at our homes carry out the heat treatment only. If I purchase a mustard oil, we in the house boil it, heat it up. So the introduction of free radical that could come, I think, through the bleaching part. For deodorizing, you have to remove the only volatile substances. Maybe you can use physically. When I used to work in the sugar mills, then there we use the steam and vacuum, combination of steam and vacuum for deodorizing. So same thing can happen here also, but I have no my personal experience as far as for working with the small scale operations for oil expellent. So we are not carrying out deodorizing. It is only the firstly expressed oil which we usually consume.
Yes, sir. The one more question, sir.
Yes.
How to access the moisture content in godowns?
What is the?
How to access the moisture content?
Okay. Well, moisture meters are easily available. Now there are online moisture meter for grains. There is no problem. For it is only few things, few crops for which we are yet to design, and one of them is the jaggery, powder jaggery, where we are working. We still something into it for fortification, but we have for micro scale. We do not carry out anything, so that is why we have to use speed of no such RBD, refining, bleaching, deodorizing, these operations are not carried out. And moreover, people like the pungency smell of mustard. So hardly there are any people who would like that it should be completely deodorized. In fact, the USP of the mustard oil is its pungency and flavor.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this brief explanation. KD
Hello?
Yadav, sir, you want to say something?
Yeah, ma'am. Just to answer the question, see now the concept of brush deodorization or mild deodorization is there, and flaxseed and all can be mildly deodorized, to take away the, typical odor that it has, so that it becomes more acceptable. And these are small systems. Even I have seen. Uh, Even CFET Ludhiana, in their pilot plant facility, they have small systems, which is of course for the milk and this thing and all, but similar thing can be done for the oil also. And so it really makes it more acceptable. I can share my experience. We were earlier marketing flaxseed oil, which was virgin and cold press and all. perfect nitrogen blanketing and all, but it was not selling through because people used to get that typical fishy note, over a period of time, in spite of fact that it is stored at refrigerated condition with nitrogen and all. And so after getting a feedback from the consumers, we switched on to its deodorization, neutralization, bleaching and deodorization or mild deodorization under perfect, vacuum and time temperature combination. And you get a good acceptable product with excellent acceptance, I would say. And many people, yes, mustard, certain areas, when it is cold press or kachi ghani, people like that, typical pungency and order and all, this thing. But we have been like producing, when I was in North, we have been producing mustard oil refined also. Unfortunately, nowadays, I think the trend is not there after this canola has come. But mustard can be perfectly deodorized also to remove the odor and typical pungency and all, and you can have the benefits of all its nutritional properties, except that pungency and all, and that is what if you all of us will agree that canola is nothing but low erucic acid, so it's a double zero variety, what and it's a Lear rapeseed oil, we call it as. I hope I have answered the query.
Yes, there is. I think they also got good clarification on that. So no more further queries from the participant side, sir. Thank you for joining with us, sir.
Good. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So participants, we came to the end of the technical sessions. We'll be continuing our next part of the technical sessions after the lunch break at 2:20 p.m.
So I'll take your leave, ma'am. I have got series of meetings now. So
Sir, yes, sir.
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much to all NIFTEM team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. We'll be continuing the technical sessions at 2:20. So stay connected with us. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back again. We'll be starting the technical session 2 on food safety and standards for fat and oilseed products. For this, I would like to invite Dr. R. Vidyalakshmi, Professor and Head, DFSQT, NIFTEM-T. Madam has received her MSc in Agricultural Microbiology from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, Coimbatore, and PhD in Biotechnology from Shastra University, Tanjavur. She has joined this institute as scientist in 2004. Madam is an active member in Center of Excellence on Grain Sciences, contributing in grain research and its quality analysis. Madam is a life member of Association of Microbiologists of India. She has worked on rice quality analysis and screening of different rice varieties for suitability of fermented products. Madam has also undergone an international training on principles, operation and maintenance of LCMS at Shimatsu Asia Pacific Private Limited, Singapore. Madam has published numerous research papers in peer-reviewed national and international journals. We welcome you, ma'am, to this webinar.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to all of you present over here. So, I hope my slides are visible.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Fine. Is it on the full screen mode?
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Okay, so this session will be on the food safety standards for edible fats and edible oils as well. So there are different regulations in the FSSAI. To just brief on the FSSAI, so the Food Safety Standards Authority of India under the Ministry of Health will be our domestic regulator. So not only that, the FSSAI is the regulator for in case of food which is to be commercialized in the country, and either to import food commodities and food ingredients into the country. So FSSAI will be the regulator who has got a lot of product standards, so standards for permissible levels of food additives in various commodities, what could be the level of contaminants and toxins and residues which are permitted in food and food based ingredients. So regulation which guides us through the packaging norms and how to make the label and the display on the package. So there's a lot of regulations. So everything is available freely on the web of FSSAI. So the FBOs can have a look at the regulations. So whatever the commodity they are looking into for either an alcoholic beverages. So in case if you are interested in fortification of foods, or in case if you would like to explore on how to provide the surplus food, how to dispose the surplus food. So there's a lot of regulations, a lot of scientific panels which are day by day keeping on updating on all the aspects as the safety of the food and the quality of the food which is distributed among the citizens of India is a major concern. So to go with the edible oils and fat, so under the food product standards and the food additives regulation of 2011, the fats, oils, and fat emulsions are categorized under 2.2 of the food product standards and the food additives regulations. So there is a list of commodities given under this fat, oils, and fat emulsion. So there are around 24 varieties of oils which are specified in this regulation. So due to a limit of time space, so I've just mentioned a few important vegetable oils. So whoever is interested can look into the regulation of their corresponding commodity. So this is just to throw a light on how the product standard concerning this particular oils and fats are. Like, so under 2.2 of FSSR, the fats, oils, under fats, oils, and fat emulsions, we have a 2.2.1, which will be our first product, which is oil. So oil means, as per the food safety standard regulation, it should be clear, it should be free from rancidity and free from other suspended and foreign material, separated water, added coloring and flavoring substances, or mineral oil. So all these should not be present in an oil. So there are certain standard specifications as mentioned here, you can see. So the butyro-refractometer reading, the refractive index at 40 degrees Celsius, the saponification value, the iodine value, Polanski value, so unsaponifiable matter, the acid value, the Bellew test, and test for argemone oil. So whatever the oil, fat, or whatever the product may be, test for argemone oil should always be negative. The content of phosphorus, so the content of phosphorus, it should not be more than 0.02, and the melting point for different categories, especially you can see here for palm and palm oil based commodities, the melting point to state some of the oils, but there are around 20 regulation, and you can read the numbers. I'm not going to read out all these things. So but the whatever the type of oil which you are producing should be appropriate in line with the product standards as specified in this FSSAI regulation. So a refined vegetable oil, irrespective of whatever the vegetable may be, is obtained from any edible vegetable, and the vegetable oil will be obtained by an expression or a solvent extraction method. Okay, and it can be deacidified with an alkali or any physical refining methods using of food grade solvents, or appropriate bleaching with adsorbent earth and or carbon, and deodorized with steam. So no other chemical agent should be used in this process, and the name of the vegetable oil from which the refined oil has been obtained should be clearly mentioned on the container. For example, if it is a refined oil from groundnut, then it should be refined groundnut oil. So the name of the vegetable should be specified on the label. It's a labeling requirement. And the refined vegetable oil will conform to the standards as prescribed for edible oils. So that refined oil should also be in line with this standard product specification for that particular vegetable oil. Except for, since it's refined, the acid value shall not be more than 0.5. If you see here, like the acid value for some of the oil is specified to be 6. So if you can see, generally it is 6 to 0.5, and so whatever the oil is, for a refined oil, the acid value shall not be more than 0.5, and the moisture shall not exceed 0.1% by weight, and test for the argemone oil will be negative. So you can see here, these are the list of commodities or the vegetable oils from which refined oil can be made. And the refined oil, also similar to the edible oil, it should be clear, it should be free from rancidity, adulterants, sediments, suspended and other foreign matter, any separated water, or usage of added coloring and flavoring substances and addition of mineral oil. All these things are not permitted by the law. So next we have a category called as blended edible vegetable oil. Nowadays you can see in the market there's a lot of blending which is going on between the edible vegetable oil due to a lot of nutritional requirements. So if you see like an admixture of two edible vegetable oils where the proportion by weight of any edible vegetable oil used is not less than 20%. So when we go for the blending of two vegetable oils, so the percentage of a particular oil should not be less than, okay, it can be more, but it should not be less than 20%. The minimum blending allowed of a particular oil is around 20%. And the individual oils in the blend will conform to the standards. So whatever which is prescribed in the regulation, whatever I've stated in the table as per the regulation, so the blended oil should also meet the requirements of this particular standards. And the blended oil should also be very clear, free from rancidity and any other added substances and suspended particles, and the argemone oil test shall be negative. And it's a labeling requirement that the name on the percentage of blend of the vegetable oil should be mentioned. So if you see like the moisture and any other volatile matter should not be more than 0.2%, and the acid value of both the blends will be not more than 6. And you can see like the unsaponifiable matter. So when blended with chemically refined rice bran oil, it shall not be more than 3%, and with any other vegetable oil, it shall not be more than 1.5%. And the flash point of the blended edible oil should not be less than 250 degrees Celsius. Next, we have a category called as 2.2.4, which is edible fats. So under edible fats, there are 10 number of edible fats specified in the regulation. So you can see like cocoa butter is one among them. So in cocoa butter, the percentage of free fatty acid should not be more than 1.5, and it should have an iodine value between 32 to 42, the melting point varying between 29 and 34, and the refractive index falling between 1.4530 and 1.4580. So it should have a saponification value somewhere between 188 to 200. So this is the specification put forth in the standard for cocoa butter. And you have other edible fats also, like fats obtained from animal origin. You have like beef fat, we have mutton fat. All these fats of animal origin is obtained from the carcasses of the animals actually. So you have goat fat and a lard fat as well, and their particular saponification and iodine value. So the fats obtained from animals so should meet the particular standards for the saponification and the iodine value. So we have another category called as the margarine and fat spreads. So so you have table margarine, we have bakery and shortening agents here. So generally table margarine means it is an emulsion of the edible oil and the fat along with water, and this margarine shall be free from any rancidity, any mineral oil and animal body fats. So you can have a salt added to it. So the content should not exceed 2.5%, and skimmed milk powder not exceeding 2%. So all these are permitted to be added in the prescribed limits, and the fat of the table margarine should not be less than 80% when mass by mass. And vitamin A can be added to it, like vitamin A content of the margarine or the fat spread should not be less than 30 international unit per gram of the product. So this is at the time point of sale. So the vitamin A content should be not less than a minimum of 30 IU unit per gram is specified. So you have the other standards also, and the acid value for the margarine and the fat spread should not be more than 0.5. So you have also bakery and shortening ingredients as well under this category. And so whatever it is, the margarine or the other fat spreads, so they shall not contain less than 5% of the weight of sesame oil. But
you can see like so when the separated fat, it is when it is mixed with the refined groundnut oil, so in a ratio of 20 is to 80, when the mixing is done, fat is to groundnut oil at the ratio of 20 is to 80, a red color will be produced when you test it for Borden. Okay, so the Borden test produced will produce a red color which that should not be lighter than 2.5 red units. So these are all some of the quality tests which are done to analyze the quality of the fat spreads. So coming to the fat spread, there are a different category of fat spreads available. You have milk fat spread, we have mixed fat spread, and vegetable fat spread. So milk fat, as the name indicates, so the fat content exclusively obtained from milk fat, and mixed fat means like it may have a mixture of milk fat along with any one or more of the hydrogenated or unhydrogenated type of refined vegetable oils. The vegetable fat spread means it does not contain milk fat, but it is a fat obtained from the hydrogenated refined vegetable oils. So here also in fat spread, the fat content should not be more than 80% and it should not be less than 40. So it should be the fat content should range between 40 to 80%, and the fat content should be specified on the label. It's a mandatory label requirement. So in case of a mixed fat, the milk fat content should also be declared and the vegetable fat content should also be declared. And for fat spread, the word butter will not be associated. So you should not use the terminology of butter in case of a fat spread. And this may contain, the fat spread may contain edible common salts not exceeding 2% by weight, and it may have some milk solids which are not fat as well. So you can see some of the other quality parameters like your starch content ranging between 100 to 150 ppm. Then the melting point of the extracted fat shall not go beyond 37 degrees Celsius, and the moisture content should always be between 16 to 56. These are some of the important quality characteristics pertaining to the fat spread also. Then we have another category called as the hydrogenated vegetable oils. So vanaspati is one commodity under this hydrogenated vegetable oils. So vanaspati, as we all know, like it is obtained from the refined edible vegetable oil. So subjected to a process of hydrogenation. The refined vegetable oil which is hydrogenated is called as vanaspati, and this shall be prepared either by hydrogenation from a groundnut oil or a cotton seed oil or sesame or any other mixture. It may be from any vegetable oil sources, and this refined salicylic fat, if at all used, shall not be more than 10% of the total oil mix. And vanaspati can be prepared from any of the stated using even blends of the stated vegetable oils. So there's no specific requirement like it should be made from only this type of oil, from that type of oil. No, it can be made from any type of specified vegetable oils. And the moisture content of vanaspati cannot be more than 0.25%. And the melting point should be somewhere between 31 to 41 degrees Celsius. And some of the other quality characteristics are specified, and the labeling requirement provided like it's a vanaspati in case if it all obtained from a rice bran oil. Okay, and the unsaponifiable matter shall not exceed 2%, but for this vanaspati obtained from rice bran oil alone, it is allowed up to 30% by weight. So provided you have to declare that the rice quantity of the rice bran which is used. Okay, so it's a label declaration when you are using rice bran oil. So you have other specified contents, but and residual nickel should not be more than 1.5%. Some of the contaminants which are and their minimum residual levels as permitted by the law are for edible oils and fats. So you have lead, nickel, so some of the heavy metals, so lead up to 0.5 ppm of residual levels and nickel at 1.5 ppm. We have other insecticides, other pesticide residues like you have pentoate point where the MRL limits are 0.01 ppm. We have 48.03 ppm and trichlorphon at 0.05 ppm. So these are the allowable levels of the contaminants in edible oils. So nowadays we have a lot of fortified oils. So there's a regulation for fortification also. So the fortified oil is nothing but the vegetable oils which are containing added micronutrients to it. Okay. So generally, the regulation permits fortification of vitamin A and vitamin D into the commodity of oil. So these are the levels of the particular fortificant and the source of the nutrient from which it is obtained. So vitamin A can be fortified as retinal acetate or retinal palmitate at the level of 6 microgram to 9.9 microgram of retinal equivalents per gram of oil. And in case of vitamin D, it can be added as cholecalciferol or ergocalciferol. So that too derived only from a plant source. So at the level of 0.11 microgram to 0.16 microgram of oil. So whenever we are fortifying the oil with the fortificants, a labeling declaration stating that it is fortified oil is very, very important. So F plus is the symbol to be used, and the slogan Sampurna Poshan Swasth Jeevan. So this should also be imposed. You can see here. So F plus along with the slogan fortified and the Sampurna Poshan Swasth Jeevan should be presented on the label. So these are some of the list of food additives which are permissible to be used. So in the FSSR regulation, you have a table under Appendix A giving you the list of permissible food additives in edible oil. So you can see, so edible oil has, yes, there's a variety of list of antioxidants. You have emulsifying agents, you have preservatives. So all these things at the permissible level can be used. So coming to the packaging, like the tin and plastic containers once used for edible oil packaging should not be reused, and this tin should be meeting the BIS prescribed standards. And coming to the labeling requirements, so like name of the commodity, the list of ingredients, the nutritional labeling you can see, like and if at all there is any nutritional claim, a declaration on the food allergen in case, specifically in case of sesame, in case of groundnut, and a vegetarian symbol. And in case if you state like it is of an organic nature, the product is of an organic nature, then you should use the symbol Jaivik Bharat along with the slogan. So this is the symbol for organic foods. And any added preservatives like added colors, added flavors, so emulsifying substance, any food additives as permitted by the law, so should be specified. Contains permitted, the statement that describing like what type of food additive has been added should be there along with their E numbers in the ingredient list. So the manufacturing address, the net quantity, batch number, date of packing or date of manufacturing, the best before, the country of origin or the country of import, and direction for use. So everything should be specified. So you can see here, so an example of the different labeling requirements, like you can see the name of the oil, you have the net quantity. So along with your FSSAI number, you can see here the FSSAI number along with the manufacturing address, because the FSSAI number is the license or the registration is associated with the manufacturing address to which it is given, stating that the oil or the product which is produced under this manufacturing address complies with the quality and standard aspects and the good manufacturing processes and practices, which has been specified by the food safety standards regulation. You can see here the nutritional labeling, the best before date, the ingredient, okay. So in case the package label or the advertisement of edible oils and fat shall not use the expression, you're not supposed to use such expression on the package or in the label or during the advertisement of edible oils. Like what type of words, like super refined, extra refined, double refined, micro refined, ultra refined, anti-cholesterol. So this cholesterol fighter, soothing to heart. So such type of words should not be used in case of edible oil packages and advertisements. So in case if the oil is not for direct edible consumption, then it should be clearly stated that this is not for edible purpose. Okay. In case if the oil does not conform to the standard declaration in a type size not less than 50 mm, okay, it should not be printed so very smallly which is not visible to the consumer. So you even the font size and everything is specified. So whatever is not for direct edible consumption, so that should be as a semi-refined or raw grade 1 oils, and for whatever are non-edible for other industrial purposes should also be clearly spelled out. And free from argemone oil, so this is a very important declaration to be made. And the refined oil, as I already told you, refined and name of the oil should be accompanied, like refined sunflower oil, refined coconut oil, or refined corn oil, whatever it is. And in case if you are importing the edible oil, that should also be clearly mentioned that it is imported. Okay. And as I told you, like a blending of 2 oils is permissible. So the ratio should be specified and it should not be less than 20%. So that is very important. You can see here blended edible vegetable oil, refined rice bran oil 80% and refined sunflower oil 20%. So 80:20 ratio. So these are some of the declarations to be made on the label. And so coming to vanaspati made from more than 30% as I specified. So there's a particular inclusion like a vanaspati made from 30% of rice bran oil. So it should be mandatorily given on the label that this package of vanaspati is made from not more than 30% rice bran oil by weight. And in case of annatto coloring oil, so the name of the oil should be specified. So you can also say like front of label packaging is like going to be imposed very shortly. So there shall be also a declaration like in case if you are not to be sold in loose. You can see here not to be sold loose. So that can also be given like this package cannot be misused and it cannot be sold in loose. So the quality attributes whatever has been stated can be tested from any accredited laboratory as like of NIFTEM-T, which is having a very good food testing laboratory with all facilities for testing of oil quality characteristics, and we can guide you through all the FSSAI norms and regulations. So, interested FBOs interested clientels can approach us for any testing facilities or any guidance required in this aspect. So coming to the registration and licensing of food businesses, like there are 2 types of registration. One we call it as a registration, which is specifically for petty food business operators who have an annual turnover of between 12 lakhs and 20 crores. I'm sorry, it is less than 12 lakhs. So they are called as petty food business operators. It is sufficient that they obtain a registration from FSSAI. Whereas license, you have 2 types of license, a state license and a central license. The state license for people who are having an annual turnover from 12 lakhs to 20 crores, and a central license for people who are having an annual turnover about 20 crores. And specifically for vegetable oil processing units who are obtaining vegetable oil by the process of solvent extraction or refining with an installed capacity of more than 2 metric tons per day are coming under the purview of central license. So these are some of the documents which are required for registration certificate. You can a photo, a valid photo ID such as your Aadhaar card or your voter ID, and a proof of address of business. So these three are very mandatory. So it's all online now. So you can just log into this website on FOSCOS and you can simply register online. So for the license, you have to specify what kind of business you are into. Either you're a manufacturer, or you are a transporter, or you may be just what is this, a repacker. Okay, so whatever kind of business, you can specify what type of business and what are all the commodities which is coming under your kind of business. So additionally, you have to specify this in case of a license. So this is the website on FOSCOS. There are different tabs which will guide you through. So first you have to decide on what type of business you are going to, what type of, what kind of business you wanted to do, what would be your annual turnover, what are all the commodities which you would like to take up under the particular kind of business. So after which you determine what is required for you, whether you require a registration or a license. Fill out the appropriate form, complete the documentation, pay the requisite charge, and just submit the application. So after your application is scrutinized in around 30 days, you will obtain a registration. So license will take some more days. If at all required, for license, it's mandatory that your premises will be inspected by a food safety officer or a food inspector. Okay, and if at all any corrections or suggestions or improvements for compliance is required, the FBO should meet out all those things. Then finally, you will be given a 14-digit number. So always you should use this on the label along with the FSSAI, under which FSSL in case of license, FSSR in case of registration. So the 14-digit number goes like this. The first digit will represent whether it is a registration or a license, and the following 2 digits will be your state code. The other 2 digits will be the year of enrollment of business. The following 3 digits will denote the quantity of the enrolling master, whoever is going to issue you this registration or license, and the final last 6 digits are your unique FBO permit number. But you are supposed to use the entire 14 digits in case of printing the label. So thank you so much for the opportunity, and the session is open for discussions.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Such a detailed presentation on food safety and standards. Ma'am, we'll be taking the questions at the end.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. We will proceed to the next technical talk, which is on banking and financial assistance to micro enterprises. For this session, we have with us Dr. T. Senthil, Manager, Technical, State Bank of India, Administrative Office, Trichy. Sir has obtained his graduate and postgraduate degree with specialization in veterinary science from Tamil Nadu Veterinary and Animal Science University, Chennai. He has more than 12 years of experience as a commercial banking professional and specialized in rural banking and schematic loan products and rural microcredits. Sir has conducted more than 193 seminars and training for the farmers and also for other bank offices dealing in agri financing. He has also published various journals and articles related to dairy science and technology. Sir has prepared model schemes for financing working capital requirement of dairy farmers under the KCC scheme for various districts in Tamil Nadu. Sir was also awarded with Young Scientist by the Department of Science and Technology at Anna University, Chennai. We welcome you, sir. Please share your screen, sir.
Hello, my voice is audible to all?
Yes, sir, it's audible.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, good evening to all. Hello?
Yes, sir, yes. Please share your screen.
Yeah, you please share.
Yes, sir, yes. Just a second, sir. We will share it from our side.
Yeah, as all of you aware, that State Bank of India has been at the forefront for economic development of our country as a premier bank by implementing various schemes for all type of sectors or enterprises, particularly for the micro enterprises. Many of the borrowers who availed a loan from the State Bank of India under microcredit schemes become successful businessmen or women in the journey of the business, and they remain loyal to the bank, loyal to the State Bank. I congratulate the team NIFTEM for conducting this type of webinar by covering all type of peoples, especially from students to entrepreneurs, micro entrepreneurs, and I am sure that it will prove to be a successful seminar to all the peoples. Go to the next slide. What is meant by microcredit? Yes. What is meant by the micro enterprises or microcredit? It's a small business. The micro enterprise is a small business. It started with small amount of loan and borrowed from either the financial institution or from the bank, and it's operated by not more than 10 employees or laborers. That is a micro enterprises. Micro enterprises is a small business started with small amount of loan, either from their own amount or from the borrowed from the bank or financial institutions. The labor intensity is mostly not more than 10 laborers, and it should provide services to the local where they are doing the operations and where they are doing the services, is doing the services to the local peoples, particularly at the locality, at their doing the business locality. And mostly the microfinance loans extended to the women and the underprivileged sections. The main purpose of loan, micro enterprise loan, is uplift them financially. The women and underprivileged section, we need to uplift them financially. And moreover, the microcredit loans create the job opportunities. It creates the job opportunities in the area of operations to all the peoples, and it develops their area where they are doing operation. That areas also develop, not only the area, not only the regions, but also the overall contribution, overall nation development also the micro enterprises will develop. Then we can see about that. What are the features of micro enterprises loans? Next slide, please. Next one. Yes. The micro enterprises loans is a single business owners. Mostly is a single business owners, and labor oriented, and easily it may change the business ambience, and it will utilize whatever the resources available in the locality with minimum wastage. Whatever the resources available in the locally, that micro enterprises will utilize the natural resources alone. Yes. Here the micro enterprises, as a banker, we can provide the financial assistance. They can also need apart from the financial assistance, They can also need the technical assistance and marketing assistance. That type of assistance we can get it from the government agencies like NIFTEM or any other peoples. That is most important thing. That any small scale or micro enterprises, these three things are needed. One is the financial assistance, second one is the technical assistance, third one is the marketing assistance. Yes. What are the benefits of next. What are the benefits of micro enterprise loans? Not only creating the job opportunities, and also it will strengthen our economic, our nation economy. That small enterprise, it will strengthen our nation economy and automatically create the competitions. It will create the competitions, and then the products will be available at lower prices. What are the products the micro enterprises they are producing? That products are available at lower cost at a specific product. At a specific product. Next, please. Here the micro loans, the small credit facilities to the needy people, not to the all. Whoever the need, the credit will goes to the only the needy people without any collateral securities. That micro loans don't need or doesn't need any collateral securities. It may cover under any credit guarantee schemes or within the bank specific schemes. They don't want to give any additional collateral, and it will help the rural people or women or underprivileged sections, especially the women's. Indirectly, that micro enterprises, it will raise the standard of living of those particular peoples, those who are doing the micro enterprises. Before availing any loans, next slide please. Before availing any loans from the any financial institutions or from the bank, we need to consider lot of things. Sir, I am going to the bank. What are the things? I am going to start a micro enterprises. What are the things required? Before you are submitting any loans, we need to consider a lot of factors. First, what is the objectives? What is the business? What is the quantum of loan? What is the quantum of project? What we are going to do? Then, what is the margin amount the borrower has to bring to the project? What is the repayment period? What is the gestation period? Gestation period means from the implementation period. Then, how much the subsidies available from the government sectors? These are all the things we need to consider. The detailed project report. We need to prepare the detailed project report to the bank. Then only the bankers come to know that what is what. Or otherwise the project getting the sanction is very difficult from the beginning itself. So who are all eligible? Who are all eligible for the micro enterprises loans? Those who are doing manufacturing activities and trading and service activities also, they are eligible. For example, suppose one person is doing the oilseeds processing unit or trading unit, they are eligible. And mainly that all micro enterprises loans, the major concern goes to the SC, ST and women entrepreneurs. And greenfield projects, like whatever the factories are planned, whichever built from the scratch, not to the new one. Then street vendors, already the schemes are available for street vendors. The retail outlets and allied activities also eligible under micro enterprises loans. Allied activities like dairy, poultry, fisheries and beekeeping, sheep and goat rearing also, that is eligible. All retail activities, what are the activities are there in the country, that all the activities are eligible under the micro credit enterprises loan. Next. If any micro credit loans to the woman, next. If any microcredit loan to the women, 100% it is for women's empowerment only. They will making the decisions. Next slide, please. Next. They will make the economic power, decision making power, and change the gender roles also. So in the banking industry, most of the micro enterprises loans belongs to, they are targeting the women enterprise, women. Next slide, please. Then the eligible continues, landscaping activities and small farmers. The small farmers, excluding the farmers, those who are availed crop loans and gold loan, they are not eligible under the micro enterprises loans. Carpenters, shoemakers and plumbers, caterers and dry cleaners, independent mechanics, self-help groups. Then bakery owners, machine shop operators and tailors, they are all eligible. These are all the activities under eligible micro enterprise loans. Under SHG, next slide please. Under SHGs, they can do n number of activities. Even they can do the agriculture activities, transport activities, small business and technical or professional courses, traditional occupations. Like that, most of the enterprise loans, micro enterprise loans, small loans, they are targeting the self-help groups. Next slide please. Next. Yes. These are all the products available at State Bank of India for micro enterprises. Prior going to that individual product, already I told you what was the loan need. You should know what is the activity you are doing, how you are bringing that margin amount, what is the repayment period, where we are doing the operations, how we are bringing the market. These are all the things should be considered before we are starting any project. Normally that micro enterprises for manufacturing activity, it should not go beyond 25 lakhs, the loan amount. The RBI has classified for manufacturing activities 25 lakhs. It should not be beyond 25 lakhs. For service and trading activities, it should not be beyond 10 lakhs. This is the most important thing. Then we can go for one individual product. The Pradhan Mantri Mudra Yojana, as everyone aware, I think that the scheme is implemented. Our Honorable Prime Minister on April 8, 2015, providing loans for 50,000 to 10 lakh to non-corporate or non-farming activities like micro enterprises. Is mainly that allied activities they can able to cover in this product. The minimum loan amount is 50,000 rupees. Maximum is 10 lakhs. Here the three categories are available. That Shishu, Kishore and Tarun. The three products are available. Up to loan is 10 lakh. 50,000 is Shishu and Kishore is 50,000 to 5 lakh. Tarun is loan amount is sorry. Loan amount is 5 lakh to 10 lakhs. That in all the products, already I told you who are all the eligible customers. Okay. Each and individual product, they have some specific margin amount, specific gestation period and repayment period. Then the e-Mudra. SBI e-Mudra is a electronic mode of loan sanctions. Here, digitally the loan will be sanctioned, the loan amount up to 50,000, not beyond 50,000. Okay, is mainly the loan provided, the existing customers, existing and individual customers also, they can get from the bank. Some websites are this type of e-Mudra is instant loan. We can get within a fraction second. those who are eligible. Then the Stand Up India. Stand Up India scheme, this also is launched by the Government of India. Accordingly, the State Bank of India is operating. The main target people is SC/ST and women entrepreneurs. The eligible loan amount is here 10 lakhs to 1 crore. Yes, the scheme, CGTMSE scheme is coverable under the scheme. Under Stand Up India, minimum loan amount is 10 lakhs, maximum amount is 1 crore. Eligible SC/ST and women entrepreneurs. Third one is Prime Minister Street Vendors, PM Swanidhi. This is a recently launched one, launched by our Honorable Prime Minister, to provide working capital loan for street vendors. Those who are doing that, selling the products, agri products or any product in the street, they can eligible under this scheme, under the product. Maximum working capital limit is 10,000 rupees, not beyond that, only 10,000. Then the Prime Minister Employment Generation Program, PMEGP. This is the most important thing, most important product available in the financial sectors. The same SC/ST and women borrowers, ex-servicemen and physically handicapped, like that peoples are covered under the scheme. Here the loan amount will be varied. For the manufacturing activities 25 lakhs, for the service and business activities, service and trading activities 10 lakhs. Second one, next one please. Yes, the Deen Dayal Yojana, NRLM and NULM. This is a rural and urban livelihood missions. His main target people is SHG peoples. Mainly we are targeting the SHG peoples based on the savings available in the bank. They can get the loan from our bank. These are all the schemes are implemented by the Government of India. Based on that, all the individual banks, all commercial banks are designing their own product. Okay. Even those who are having SB account with our bank, they can also eligible getting the loan from our bank. That is a revised basic saving and basic deposit scheme. That is a revised SBOD scheme for those who are having the saving bank account. They are eligible loan up to 10,000 rupees. This is also instant loan. There is not required much documents. Those are having the individual saving bank account in our bank, they can eligible get the loan amount of 10,000 rupees for the upliftment of life. Here that account will be opened more than 6 months. The account should be at least 6 months of age. Within the account itself, they can get the government subsidies. All the transactions should be happen in the account itself. And everybody knows that Prime Minister's formalization of food processing and enterprises. From the beginning, from the morning itself, everybody talk about that PMFME. Here also we can give the loan amount up to 2 crores without security, without collateral securities. And 2 credit guarantee schemes are available. One is the Credit Guarantee Fund Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises and Credit Guarantee Fund for Micro Units. These are also schemes are available for the micro enterprises with guarantee from the government. There is a no ceiling for loan amount here. No minimum, no maximum. Whatever the project that they are submitting, based on that we will sanction the loans. Next, please. This is the way that credit guarantee funds or schemes are moving. They can get the interest subvention, they can get the subsidy amount from the government. What are the activities? What are the activities they can eligible for the subsidy, and what are the activities they are eligible for interest subvention? Here they can covered under the scheme. Next one, please. One of the, another one, I think I visited one of the scheme, credit guarantee scheme for Stand Up India. Here, whatever the enterprises, micro enterprises, they have availed some loans. For that loan amount, also the government is giving some credit guarantee. Suppose if the unit is failed, they are unable to pay the amount to the bank. Whatever the amount they are availed, that portion it's covered under the scheme. That also is available in the bank. That already we have discussed. What are the steps? What are the steps involved in the processing of loans? Before registering your proposal into the portal, you check your CIBIL status, because the CIBIL status is an important thing. Suppose you are preparing the project, you want the loan, but as per the bank norms, each and every activities, the CIBIL status, CIBIL score is important thing. It should not be default. You should not be default. Or in suppose if you are starting the new project, your account should not be written off. Suppose you are availed any loan from the previous bank or previous business, it should not be written off. Okay, so the CIBIL status is the most important thing. Then first you check your CIBIL status. Second thing, you should register your application through online portal or through directly to the bank. Wherever the online portal is available, you just register your application through online portal. If it is not available, you directly go and submit your application to the bank. Along with your applications, you should submit your hard copy and soft copy of your detailed project. Detailed project report means, already I told you what is the objectives, what you are going to do, what is the location, where is the locations, what is the technical feasibilities is available for that project, like forward and backward linkages, what is the repayment period, what is the implementation period, where you are doing the marketing all. These are all the detailed you should cover in the report. Then other related documents. Suppose if any projects doesn't require for collateral securities, you don't want to do any legal and valuations. Suppose some projects required for legal and valuations, that is your primary property should be mortgaged to the bank. Collateral is not required, but wherever you are doing the operations, no, that primary security should be valued and legal verification. Title deed also should be done. After that, the pre-sanction inspection will be done by the branch officials. Okay, they will come for the pre-sanction inspections where you are going to the business. Next, please. Once they come for the pre-sanction inspections, next please, they can analyze whether you are doing the operations or not, whether you are originally going to do the operations or not, business or not, and where are the locations. In the locations, then any government hindrance are there or not, whether the marketing is nearer to your business place or not, and what kind of peoples you are going to cover. These are all the things covered under the pre-sanction inspections. Whenever the officials, bank officials are coming for the pre-sanction inspections, this is the most important thing. Once the bank officials okay, the place is okay, borrower is okay, if they are decided, your papers will move to the next stage, that is the legal and valuations of the primary or collateral properties. Then the loan will be sanctioned. whether the loan will be the term loan will be the part of you need to create the assets. Working capital limit for your daily operations or OD will be sanctioned by the branch or other branch officers. After sanction, the documentation will be carried out by the branch. After documentation, whatever the processing charges or inspection charges or any other charges is owned by the bank will be deducted from your loan account or from SB account. Then the disbursement will happen either single stage or multiple stages or stage wise it will be disposed. It based on your business. Suppose for street vendors, PM Sivaniti for 10,000 rupees means your disbursement will be at a single stage. It may be a working capital. Working capital means based on your purchase, it may be disposed. Then repayment also will start after the moratorium period. Suppose some of the activities, the repayment period is will start after 1 year or 6 months. Some of the activities, the repayment will start immediately after the disbursement, within a month. Okay? Next. Next slide, please. This already we taught. The purpose, quantum, margin amount, repayment, and rate of interest. The rate of interest also is different from product to product. Commonly, all the commercial banks, the microcredit loans are available at lower interest rate compared to the all other loans. Even that commercial loans or vehicle loan or building housing loans, that microcredit loans are also available some guarantees, credit guarantees from the government, and also interest subvention also available for that microcredit loans. Okay. Suppose bank is charging 9% of interest for 3% or 7% for SHG and other activities, they can cover interest subventions. Some of the activities are available under interest subsidy also, interest subvention also. Capital subsidy is available. Next, please. Yes. If you have any doubt, you please, it's open to all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for such a detailed presentation. So, from the participant side, sir, they have asked the queries like whether the bank loan will be provided for buying of land.
Hello.
Sir, can you hear me? Sir, the question is whether the bank loan will be provided for buying a land.
No. Yes, your question is correct. Whether your finance is available for buying of land. Correct, na? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The question is whether the bank loan is available for buying of land. The scheme is available for buying of land, agri land. 3 lakhs. Land purchase schemes are available in the bank. Not the loan amount is 3 lakhs. Not 5 lakhs. Maximum of 5 lakhs. The condition is one important condition is that borrower should be the landless agri labor. That is the most important thing. The loan amount is maximum of 5 lakhs. You can purchase at whatever the cost, but maximum loan amount is only 5 lakhs. But condition is the borrower is landless agri labor. They can eligible to get the land purchase scheme loan. Yes?
Yes, sir. The next question is whether loan will be provided without collateral property.
For which loan? Which activity?
Sir, it's like a question.
Yeah. Okay. Whether the loan is available without security, without collateral security, correct, na?
Yes, sir.
Yes. It depends upon the activities or depends upon the loan. I think the most of the micro credit loans, micro enterprises loans are available without securities. Whatever the product already we have discussed, suppose some products are available up to 2 crores, up to 1 crore, no need to submit or no need to hand over any additional collateral securities. Only the primary securities is enough. Like AIF, Agri Infrastructure Fund Loan, even that Stand Up India, up to 2 crore we can get without security. Then all the loans, that PMFME is also available without security. But the primary securities must. We need to mortgage. The borrower has to mortgage that primary security. Collateral security is not required for all the government sponsored schemes. All the primary enterprises loans. Yes.
Yes, sir. Actually, these are the questions they have posted in the chat box. Thank you so much, sir, for joining with us today. It was a great session on banking awareness. Thank you.
One more question. I think they were charted. What is the primary security? What is the primary? What is the primary security means? Where you are doing the operations, where you are going to do the business place. Suppose I am going to construct the oilseed, oil processing mill in the 10 cent. That particular land should be mortgaged to the bank. That is a primary. Okay. Where you are going to the operations, where you are going to the business, that is a primary property. The loan is available for gold storage. Yes. Under AMI scheme, loan is available for gold storage and warehouse, even for rural grown also. Here that inter-subvention, even that AIF scheme also covered. Agriculture Infrastructure Fund, that scheme is covered for construction of rural grown, gold storage and warehouse. Here the up to 2 crores, you need not give any collateral securities. Recently we have sanctioned a lot of loans under AIF schemes for construction of gold storage. Okay, what is the important point of project report? Here the most important point, purpose. What is the purpose? You are availing the loan. What you are going to do? Where you are going to do? What kind of people you are covering? And what is the project cost? Suppose for oil processing, what is the land? We are not, bankers not giving for purchase of land. That is owned by the borrower. For what is the machinery cost? What is the construction? This is the project cost. Okay, what is the margin? What is the margin you are going to bring to the? What is the contribution to from the borrower? What is the loan amount you are need? That forward and backward linkages. Suppose for oil processing, where you are getting the raw materials, seeds, where you are getting. What are the farmers? I mean, which districts? Because the seeds are not available from all the areas. Okay, because it should be available from the local. That is the most important thing. And gestation period, when you are completing, when the repayment starts, how many years you are going to repay the amount. These are all the most important thing. Then what is the technicalities available? Suppose for oilseeds processing mill, whether the EB is available. Suppose if you require any water is available in that area. Suppose you need to get any approval from the local panchayat or from the government, it should be must. Okay, or you need to apply, you need to get that Udayam certificate, anything, or suppose you need to get that patent or your specific names, FSI certificate. These are all the important things in your project.
Thank you so much, sir. Actually, those points on project report and all, it will be covered in the next sessions, upcoming sessions.
Madam, one more question is that whether the plant is rent or leased place with pledging a property. Yes.
We can take up. Actually, we are running out of time for the next session.
This is the only most important thing. This is only one question I can able to answer it. Yes. Suppose if you are having the land, if it is okay, you can start in your own land. Suppose if you are not having any own land, you can get the lease from your close or blood relations or from any other persons. You can get the lease. Okay, the lease as per the government of India, as per the Indian procedure law, any lease, if it is in 11 months, no need to register. Any lease, if it is in beyond 11 months, it should be registered. It depends upon your activities. Okay, suppose I am doing the oil mill, processing mill means the repayment will take the 7 years or 5 years. So the lease should be registered 7 years. Registered lease is required for 7 years. Suppose the repayment is 5 years, your lease is required up to 7 years. Okay, registered lease is most important thing for the leased land. You can do your operations at the leased land also. No need of your own land. Suppose if you are not having your own land. My mail ID is, my official mail ID is sendil.t, senthil, sendil.t at sbi.co, at sbi.co.in. I can write sendil.t at sbi.in. Is there in the chart? Any other questions?
No, sir, no. Actually, all other questions you have answered. Thank you so
Yes,
much,
sir.
sir, for such a brief explanation. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. I can share my mobile number. If you have any doubt, you please clarify to me through my call. I can able to take your call at any time. I am Dr. Senthil from State Bank of India, Trichy Administrative Office. My mobile number is 94458 66399. Thank you. Thank you so much for all, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Our next technical talk is the packaging solutions for oil and oilseed waste products. For this session, we have with us Dr. B.K. Yadav, Professor and Head, Department of Food Process Engineering, NIFTEM-T Guwahati Campus. Sir has completed his BTech from CAE Pusa and MTech in Asian Institute of Technology, Thailand. He worked as a research supervisor in AIT after completing MTech and engaged in developing a control system for the mushroom house. Later, he joined as a research supervisor and actively involved in teaching and research in the areas of food process engineering. He obtained his PhD degree from AIT and joined as an assistant professor in College of Agricultural Engineering, RAE Pusa. Later, he joined as senior scientist and head in Department of Food Engineering at NIFTEM-T. Sir's research focus is in the area of food processing such as process modeling, application of image analysis, and design and development of technology for food processing industries. Now, Sir will provide us insights on packaging solutions for oil and oilseed based products. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. I am now not in Guwahati. I am in Bhatinda, Punjab. I am heading the liaison office, Bhatinda. I am going to discuss with this. I have to, let me share my PT. Share. Fine. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you see the slides?
Yes, sir. Yes, we can see.
Okay, then thanks. And so good afternoon, and I'm going to discuss about the packaging solutions for oil and oilseed based product. Let's have a little bit. You can see this is the red line is the trend of oil seed production in India. It's increasing, but actually we are far behind our requirement. See, we are a fourth largest producer of oil seed after US, China, and Brazil, accounting 10% of global production. But we are, I think, as the second largest consumer of the oil and oil seeds. We are almost contributing 15% of all imports, basically in the oil and oil seeds. If you see that data, 40% of agricultural importable was from oil import, and which is 3% of our import of India, edible oil. And so all imports contribute 3% is oil only. So it means see how much oil is so important. The mostly what our soybean oil and palm oil was the imported. So what are the oil and oilseed products? The major product in oilseed is edible oil. And today focus will on edible oil packaging only, with the only brief introduction of the packaging, what are the solutions available, what are the options available. And the secondary products are like a flour and oil cake, confectionery product, bakery, sweets, seasoning. These are there, but these are very common product, and then most of the time are using the part of like almost different, but today focus will on the oil packaging. Now what packaging means basically? Packaging means it's a system, or you can say that by which a fresh produce or process produce will reach from the production center to the ultimate consumer in safe and sound condition at an affordable price. The very important is affordable price. That has to be considered while we talk about in the packaging, because without that, packaging is not possible basically. Now, what is the packaging industry? If you see India and the world where we are, you see the world is growing at a CAGR rate of 5.4% for 2025, but India is growing at a rate of 30% during this 2021-26. See, we are growing much around 6 times with the world growth rate. So what is the reason behind? The major driving factor was growing demand of convenience food, because convenience food and small packages are required a lot. And then innovative packaging solutions are still coming day by day to increase shelf life. So these two things are making Indian packaging market growth like anything. They're running basically. If you talk about compare with the world market. Now, what are the factors behind? One is development is the key factor with the urbanization and increasing health issues, because the recent days, because of the corona, the focus on the safe product, or you can say the product that can enhance our immunity, or that are not going to affect us or not going to have adulterated food, is making the packaging industry more in demand. And that's what you can think of. The health consciousness is the key factor growth that driving the packaging industry of India. And again, the changing food habits, personal health consciousness, and rural marketing planning demand in for sachets, because it's small. Everybody now go for a package, means even those who are earning a very meager amount, they'll ask for a packaged food in a small sachets are in that great demand, and that's the reason how the packaging industry is growing at a very high rate. Now, what are the different changes you can witness? We haven't witnessed. One supposed to be, because metal cans and glass bottles were more in the beginning. Now it's going to change. Losing the ground basically to the rigid and flexible plastic and printed monochrome cartons. These are coming in now in a bulk basis. You can see Tetra Pak also, because the metal cans and glass are now moving towards this area. Second one, flexible packaging replace almost all from rigid packaging, because now because of the you can say the cost factor and ease of operation, ease of making, the flexible packaging making space in the packaging industry. Laminate tube are almost now coming instead of because before we have aluminum collapsible tube, but now these are mostly gone. Now you get laminate tubes are in the market. Petrol jars are very common now, and that's the reason the industry is shifting towards cost and ease of operation, are making it the key factor that adopting or pushing us to go towards the use of plastic basically. What are the function of packaging? If we talk about, one is containment, means we need to hold the product in a safe and sound condition. Second one is easy to convey or distribute basically from the manufacturing point to the consumer point. And protection, it also not allowing the leakage, not allowing the breakage, not allowing the adulteration. So it's a protect also from several other factor, either environmental or either it's a you can say the fault. Both things they are protecting. And then the most important is in information marketing, because now in the packet itself you can say what the product inside, what are their nutritional value, what it can do, how we can cook, how we can use, how can we can every information you can have on the bottles itself, or you can say the package itself. So that's are making the packaging very you can say the more acceptable. Now, type of packaging, little bit have on it. What means that the primary, secondary, tertiary, or sometimes unit packaging. These are the terms we are normally used for packaging industry. Primary packaging means where product are direct contact with the food product, so that here the primary package is holding the our food. That's the more important. Secondary means they are holding the primary packaging, and tertiary means they are holding the secondary packaging for transportation. You can say unit packaging. So that's the secondary packaging is outside of primary packaging, used for a pack. Tertiary, or you can say so that you can have a packaging, or you can stacking. Also easy to do the stacking from warehouse one place to another. Handling is much easier. Now, what are the requirements of packaging material? A packaging material should be non-toxic because it has to hold the food product, and compatible with the food product so that it should not interact with the food product to produce something that is going to help health hazards. Barrier to microorganisms. Normally, the food are spoiled by microorganisms and environmental factors or even environmental toxicants. So it should presents a strong barrier to the microorganisms and environmental toxicants basically. And a barrier to like environmental factors like moisture, oxygen, UV light, others, because some of the places, these places are metal, especially the oil, moisture, oxygen, UV light, and others. These are the parameter that the quality and self life basically. And also it should provide the physical resistance against the physical damage, and it should be tamper resistant, or you can tamper evident. If somebody had tampered, you can know why the package has been tampered basically. So, and it should be easy to open. One should not fight how to open, how to bring out the product from the package. This should be easy to open, easy to remove the product from the package, or you can say the bottles or water package material there. Have dispensing and resealing. Some of the pictures would have, suppose you are using the product for multiple times, then the packaging material or packaging product should be such that you can dispense it and reseal it for each time you use. Easy dispensable. Even for oil, there are dispensable also possible. Then meet the size and shape and weight requirement. Sometimes suppose a small consumer, they need those a small buying capacity. They want to buy small amount, and also some of the product expired very soon, so they want to put a small so that they can use it afresh on a newly packed product basically. So size, and weight requirement it should meet, and then have appearance, printability features, because it should be at least appealing to the people or consumer so that we can pick up the bottles, and at the same time the information, what are the inside the package and how it can be used we should be able to print that information on the package material. So printability and appearance are very important in way, and most important, it's a cost effective, because if it's not cost effective, then it can't do the business. So you cannot pack the product basically. Now, type of packaging material, if you talk about, there are natural products that are normally used for none other than oils, metal, glass, paper, and plastic. Paper are mostly used for like secondary and tertiary packaging in the most of the cases in case of oil, but metal and plastic and glass, these are the area, they are the most of the material that been used in the oil industry basically. So if you see the advantage, disadvantage, or you can say what it means, the metal means it protect very good and easy to stack and store, and it can be heated, reheated. You can say lacquered. Lacquered means we can put a protection layer between the product and the packaging material basically, so that it should not react with the food. And then heavy increased transport cost. That's the problem, because metal is heavy, so it will be increase the transport cost, so it will be expensive. But the most important is a recyclable. You can reuse many multiple time recycle. That's the benefit of metal. Glass basically is a hygienic for sure. Protect very well. You can have any shape and size you look. It's a transparent and translucent, so you can easily see what is inside. Basically, it's a resealable, a stackable, lot more benefit in the glass, but it's a breakable. So always risks are there, and also costly, though recyclable. So choice has to go on the cost and the ease of operation, ease of handling. Then one has to choose whether we should go for glass or not go for glass. And paper is a biodegradable. One of the good thing with this, very low cost, easy to open, not easy to resell. Once you open, you can't reseal it. That's the problem. To resell it will be easy to see that it has no open basically. Lightweight basically, easy to print on the whatever information you want to put in that. And then not strong. It can be wax, it can be moisture proof, it can make a vapor proof. It's possible to make it, but then with a certain extent. So that's what its uses as a, you can say as a supplement layer or as a secondary or tertiary packaging is highest. Plastic is a strong, it's not easy to tear basically. If it's edible, it's an optimum size, optimum thickness basically. Moisture proof, light flexible, heat soluble, low cost, suitable for freezing, variety of weights, sizes, thickness can be possible, and it can also print on the content. But it has one of the biggest advantage or you can say contaminating the food. It leaches some of the plastic leaches in the food material, and that's a very dangerous for health issues. So some of the plastic that not leaching is to have some norms has to be followed. Otherwise, the plastic is the change the life, because it's a making of the plastic is a very very cheap basically as compared to any other options you can available for packaging. So that's the highest use, and you will see in your life without plastic you don't pass even a single day. That's the only way you can think on that. And usage where you can use this material, the metal can also be used for oil basically, and glass that can be used for oil, plastic can also be used for oil. Others you can use for, like a paper can be used for a secondary and tertiary packaging in the oil. Now, what are the more important factors in case of oil packaging basically? Oxygen, moisture, heat and light, and then mechanical factor. These are the factors that is very important. That's what packaging material has to deal with, all these parameters. It should be barrier to moisture, barrier to oxygen, and it should be heat sellable, or you can say it should at least resist some of the heat. That's very important. Or also you should be able to package like a seal, and you can say you should be able also should not degrade if some slight heat is coming in the picture. It should not leak the product plastic to the material. These are some of the important aspects. Because oil are having pupa. Now that's the health beneficial product in that oil basically. And if MOPA is there, it means that the unsaturated bonds are there. It means these are very sensitive to the oxygen. If oxygen will oxidize that sensitive bonds, and they'll create a lot of parameters that like free fatty acids, sometimes aldehyde, ketones, peroxide, hydroperoxide. These are making you the bad odor and making the oil, spoil the oil basically. Some of the packagers, to protect from the oxygen, they use antioxidant, but the uses are in the recommended limit. Moistures also again same thing, hydrolysis, they do trixide and then form a lot of different free fatty acids. So it should also give you the off flavor and not good for the health, and also not good for the taste basically. So these are the important parameters that has to be considered while going for oil packaging. Now, if you classify broadly the oil packaging, then two rigid containers and semi-rigid containers, or you can say rigid means like a tin plate containers, glass bottles, some plastics, LGP, that hard plastic basically. So they are making the rigid containers, and semi-rigid means that can be flexible a little bit. HDP, PET, PVC, plastic pouches, and all others. These are the products that can be used for packaging of some of the pictures you can see in the slides basically. Now, tin plate. This is the, I think, most suitable for the oil, and I think still oil industry using a lot in that packaging. It's a primary packaging, and you can have in a bulk size. Primary packaging with a bulk size. That's the only features tin is having basically. It means you can have an edible largest user of tin plate. You can have this all the things. Good shelf life and resale value of the tin, so it can be reused is okay, and resale value is also there. Durable, temperatures, and convenient. Packaging size is versatile. You can have it 10 liter, 15 liter, 25 liter, even less than 5 kg or 5 liter pack is also available for a premium brand. So where the prices are big, because lower size it makes it costly for a packaging basically. So most suitable packaging media and versatile packaging substrate is that for the oil industry, the tin. But it also have some of the issues basically. Now, tin is very difficult. It is the production are very low, very low. So the availability is another problem. The cost become high, and sometimes seeming is that leakage is possible in this case. Even a small pin that somebody put and then they will take your oil out easily. So it's a leakage proof, making leakage proof possible, but then you can't stop the threading. You can say that the stealing from the tin can. A small pin holes they'll take you out the oil and then put some of their small seal material. They are easy. You cannot easily judge. So that's another leakage points are there in that. And but also if you print on the tin, chances are there that ink leakage in the oil is also possible. So there are other health hazards. Some issues are there if it's not proper thickness tin are being used. Electrician can't be ruled out because you saw the small pin they can make and they can put anything. They can want a small syringe and they put the whatever they want in that. They want take out from the package. So some of the issues are there with the tin package basically. Now glass, it's a hard, brittle, transparent, and translucent. It means it's attractive design, but cost factor what we talk about, and also the weight factors, and also some of the breaking issues. These things make it only for a premium product. You can't have it for common man packaging material for the oil. Now, semi-rigid containers like HDP, hydrogen polyethylene, PET, polyethylene tablet, PVC. These are the normal material that are being used to prepare the semi-rigid containers, basically for the use of molecules, long shelf life, lightweight, and transport worthy product, basically. So it also, but if you compare the shelf life with the tin, it's a lower for sure. And commercial value which is what, then it becomes economical as compared to tin. So suitable for where the no long shelf life is not required as compared to, suppose if you have an example if you want, suppose if you are buying in a tin plate packed ghee, the shelf life for 1 year, then you can get an HDP about 9 months. So that's the reason, 9 months, 1 year. So shelf life a little bit moderately lower than the tin plate basically. That's what you can expect of. Now how it's prepared? It's being prepared like a blow molding methods. You can have any shape you like, any color can be provided in this case. That's also possible. Or without color also possible. So you can have any shape and size and color. And size, smallest size even 200 gram, 400 gram possible, half kg, also possible, 1 kg, 2 kg, jar size. And jerry cans also possible to have it 2 kg, 5 kg, 15 kg. So you can have it a different size with the rigid, you can say the semi-rigid containers, or you can have it with this. Actually, 45% of Naspati is normally packed in HDP containers. And this is governed by some of the ISO specifications. That's not very important for all consumers, basically. Now, if you see PET bottles is the most common for the oil. If you go convenience store, you go, any department store you go, you will have 200 ml, 500 ml, 1 liter, easily available there. This is the in a different shapes and size basically. You can imagine because human is aesthetic in nature, so they make a packaging aesthetic in nature basically. So you can have any shape and size in the market. That's one of the good thing. It's shatter proof also. It's not easily get shattered. It's a strong kind of in the thing. And lower cost, eco-friendly because it can be 100% recyclable also. You can recycle it to 100% basically. And you can have a complete range, 100 ml to 50 liter. Whatever you like, that can be made with a pet bottle basically. Some of the flexible pouches is also very common, like a small pouch. Now, because of the economy, because everybody is coming to that, like you can say the department store, even the low income group and even the laborers, though they want to buy for 2 days, 3 days consumption. Sometimes even they want a small pouch. It's possible to have it that pouch, and they can also easily get it. So you can have it 200 gram to 1 liter, even a smaller quantity also possible to have in this small pouch, and they are offering a most economically option for oil packages basically for those who are targeting the lower consumers, or you can say retail consumers they are asking. But issues with this is if they are not proper thickness, then transport leakage possibility is there. Ink migration because thickness is very small possibility there. More because it cannot be stacked, it will fall down, so you have to have a more surface space to store it. Difficult to display because you can't make it a stand, so it's very difficult to display. Non-biodegradable. Most of the package material be used for oiliness is non-biodegradable in nature basically. These are the some of the issues with the flexible pouches. Now, flexible pouches, the packaging, how we can do, either we can do with the lamination, multi-layer laminate product, or you can co-extrude it. So these are some of the options like 3-layer, 5-layer possibility there. Even co-extrude, or you can have it like multi-layer. You can have with the some of the you can say the adhesive materials like EBA or sometimes EAA, or these are the materials that are used for as adhesives to make it a better product basically. That's what it is. If you talk about how to select multi-layer, then number one is compatible contact layer, because the first layer that is coming in contact with the food or oil should not react with the oil, should not leach to the oil. It should be, you can say, compatible with the oil. Heat sealability. The package has to seal basically. If you not seal, you can't seal, then oil cannot be packed. So heat sealability is one of the most important. And then once you seal also, the seal should be strong enough. Even if you fall down from suppose at least 1 meter, 1.5 meter, it should, because while walking, somebody suppose holding in the hand, from the hand and the ground distance is about 1 meter, 1 meter to 1.2, 1.5 meter. So it means it should be safe if drop from that height. So heat seal strength is one of the most important parameter. Shelf life required, because at least it should give you reasonably shelf life 6 months to 9 months. If very small package, maybe it's 1 month, but it's a package besides the you make a package size bigger, you should have a little bit reasonably a good shelf life basically. Machinability means it should be done by the machines basically, and also physical strength should be, that's what I say, when you drop from at least 1 meter, 1.2 meter, 1.5 meter should not be break easily. Now, some of the parameters EAA and SDP that blended with like LD, LDP, so this makes the different barrier properties. Some increase the you can say the either moisture vapor transmission rate, some increase the oxygen transmission rate. So it means it will increase the shelf life. Some of these are the products that are being used as an additive to increase the barrier property of the flexible pouches basically. Now, one of the recent survey has been shown that how the consumer is looking at the oil packaging. 25% urban housewives favor new fancy pack product. When you see the product, the pack should be fancy. You can say aesthetic in nature. I like this. That's one should say it. So 25% people also go for that. So those who are working in the packaging industry, look for your product to pack in a fancy, or you can say the aesthetically good shape and appearance packaging material. Even half of the population agree the difference loose and packed item. They prefer packed item because loose item they say they are not good. At least 50% people are, you can say, that aware that loose item have so many, like you can say, the disadvantages as compared to packed item. So packaging is, you can say, certainly you can see the future is a good packaging, aesthetic value, and you can say the pack product. 41% of housewife brand loyal. It means you have brand. If you want to show the brand, you have to pack it. Without packing, you can't make your brand. It means even brand loyalty, at 41%. It means you understand. I know close to half of the population is going towards brand. So those who are in the business, please look into your brand. Make a good packaging so that your brand can be accepted in the market. So, and if you see, preference was given to rigid transparent pack so that they can see what is inside. That was one of the important observations basically. Able to see and feel the quality of content by looking in the packaging material basically from outside. Perceives it to be good quality product so that once they see and they feel, yeah, this is good, then they will buy it. No convenience of spillage and usage. It means inconvenience of spillage should not be there. Suppose if you have a pack and reseal it, should not spill out. That should be also there. So these are the, you can say, guidelines for a selection of packaging material for your industry. Somebody going for a packed product basically. And 78% for rigid container they go for they prefer tin. Though it's now becoming rare day by day, but people prefer tin basically. That's the survey of the people. Now, so what recent advantage? Recent packaging trends in oil is coming, and options are available now for the packaging industry basically. One is Tetra Pak. It's already in the market. Dhara has, you can say, has already been using it, and not only Dhara, many other companies are also trying. Basically, the Tetra Paks are coming, and oil industry has come basically. Now it's a issue with a limited pack size because the Tetra Pak you can't have so much variety. Half liter, 1 liter, maybe. That's right now. No product visibility, but only problem what is inside is a color is appealing. You can't see it. That's another problem with it because it has 7 layers minimum basically. Tetra Pak. It's good for the packaging, but you can't see the product inside the pack. That's one of the biggest disadvantage of this one. And high entry cost because even if you're a small packaging and you want to establish minimum 1.5 crore, 2 crores, you need to invest. Then only you can have Tetra Pak line. That's another problem. So initial high entry cost is very, very important basically. And no flexibility in shape. Shape is mostly rectangular, or you can say rectanoid. No, and recyclability is not there in this case. This is another problem. So these are some disadvantage of this issue with the Tetra Pak, but still Tetra Pak is preferred because it's a good packaging material basically. Bag in a box. The new pack has come. So it is like, as you can say, for aesthetic values. People don't have to print on the package material. So even if you are using the very thin quality packaging material and supported by the carton, so carton uses the carton is recyclable. You can print on that easily, but inside metal is sealed completely. So it means it will give you the cost benefit at the same time. Some of the issues what came like ink migration, some of these things can be minimized here, or you can have a nice information on the outside of this one. And lined cartoon means the cartoon there inside they have put a lining of sometimes PVC so that you can put into the product and seal it. So cooking oil can also be sealed. Some of the oil, some of the butter, or some of they are putting in the lined carton. They are using it for even a big size basically. So new development in this area. Water-based coating in edible oil packaging. Some of they have come up with a coating that is what is a patented technology that has come for some of the things. There are 5 to 7 layer P, tie layers, and I don't know this are possible, and they can be put in a water-based coating basically. Can put it in a used water. So this may be trend, but still need to be, I think, tried in the lab so that it can be adopted by the consumer, or you can say the industry fellow. Shrink wrap. Okay, shrink wrap is coming for the, I think, secondary packaging that you can also have seen in the market. It's already there. Then a square shape multi-layer container. This is also possible. Some of the premium product they are using this kind of now packaging material basically. Now in dispensing, there are two kinds. The innovative idea they have come. They will have a storage and dispensing. So if only a small amount, take it out so that your storage is without any contamination. You never open the slightly open and again. So these are the new concept coming in the market. Let's see whether any industry is going to adopt it or not. Now, caramelized sugar and wax for edible coating. It means it's like a edible packaging for the oil. Possibility that some of the smell, it can be used for, well, maybe they can say this small consumers, or they say one time user, three time or 1 day users. This may come in the market, but right now it is for the with a high cost. For salad oils are normally packed in this one. Now, liquidated dosing system. The new concept has come because oil get oxidized. If head space is, you can say, filled with the liquid nitrogen, then it will not oxidize the oil. So shelf life can be increased. These are the new concept coming in the research. Let's see how the industry is going to adapt it, how much cost effective it is, basically. And UV additive for color nutritional value of the oil. Some of the oil are like a light sensitive, so UV additives, UV, or you can say UV radiation sensitive. So now packaging materials are being added with some of the UV protective layers, or you can say to enhance the shelf life. They are the work being right now tried, and it has to be accepted by the consumer, or you can say the cost effective to the oil industry. Design intervention. So now because of the aesthetic nature I showed you in the beginning, now companies are trying to come up with a very funny design or some aesthetic designs of the bottles or packaging material. These are in the vogue basically. Now coming some of the things with the premium product they have launched, and it has to come for local, maybe you can say the common product slowly. Adani Wilmar has come up with a new design of this. You can see this it's not for the brand endorsement. Please forgive me. But only thing, because there are bottles in a special shape, I wanted to share with you. That's the only concept here. But it's not. I'm not endorsing their brand. Please note it. Now, smart packaging are coming, where protective layer, gas barrier layer, oxygen repellent layer, and PP sealant layer are being used, and these are still under the lab conditions. I think it takes some time to come into the real world, and I think on some of the smart packaging is being tried with the premium product basically. Now, what are the labeling requirements? Labeling requirements like you can't use super refined, extra refined, micro. These are the what lot of, like you can say, the adverb are not allowed in the packaging. That's okay. And you can have put a trade name. And suppose oil is not for sale, it's for the distribution, then you can put not for direct edible consumption. And so not, you can say for industrial non-edible use only. This has to be mentioned whatever the oil property. Sometimes this should not be used. That's a ban basically. No, this is required. Okay. Name and business particulars has to be second thing. Net weight should be batch number, month and year of manufacture, ISI certification mark, or you can say the FSSI approval. All numbers should be printed on that. And also free from argamon oil. If it's that, you must write, and that if Praspati or margarine bakery product sortings are there, then you write these things also in that one. And suppose if a label you write, if it's refined, you write refined oil. And name of the oil, the refined soybean, refined, suppose rice bran, that has to be written on that basically. Okay. And some of the, like a mixed fat, especially if it's there, then you write those things. And suppose some of the oil, now they allow blending. Before it was not allowed, but now from 2018, it has been allowed to blend two oils together and sell. Then you must have to write that which one, what is the proportion of the oil you have blended. Suppose refined rice bran oil 80%, refined sunflower 20%. You must write that on the package. This is very important to write basically. And some of the cases not to be sold loose, that has to be written on the pack. Means you have to package has to be safe. You can't open and sell. This is also possible. So these things, there are the size limitations, everything you have to write on the package material basically. So key highlights, if you talk about, if you have a MOPA, that omega-3, omega-6, that has to be written on the oil basically. Now, the suppose this package of Banaspati is made from more than 30% rice bran oil. That you are writing, you can write that. It's possible to write these things also. And then every package containing an admixture of edible oils shall carry the following level, like name of the nature of the edible oil, percent. That you have to write this thing. This is important. And I finished my presentation. I'll be happy to discuss if any discussions are there. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, yes.
That's
Thank
fine.
you so much, sir. It was such a detailed presentation on packaging solutions. I think it will be much helpful for all the participants. Thank you, sir. We will move on to the next technical session.
Okay, thank you then.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Ms. Tonisha Dixit, Team Leader, Project Management Unit, NIFTEM-T, for the next technical talk on outlines of detailed project report. Ma'am is having expertise in new enterprise creation, agri-entrepreneurship and DPR. Ma'am is having research experience of about 9 years in entrepreneurship domain as a part of various state and central government projects. Ma'am has worked with Entrepreneurship Development Institute of India as an associate incubation and acceleration for coordination of Gujarat government startup support schemes. She has been conducting entrepreneurship development training programs for more than 9 years. Ma'am has completed course in curriculum design and entrepreneurship teaching as USASDE Teaching and Learning Scholar from United States Association for Small Business and Entrepreneurship. Ma'am is currently holding a position as Team Leader at Project Management Unit of PMFME scheme, NIFTEM-T. We welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you, Nandini. Thank you very much. I'll share my screen now. Hope my screen is visible.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm going to cover on detailed project report on preparation and what are the various components of the DPR. So basically, when we are talking about the elements of a DPR, then it should cover or it should try to address these three questions basically. First is explain the problem or need and identify the customer. So, say for example, you have ample amount of raw material production at your region or in your locality, and you want to start a business around it, say a byproduct utilization or manufacturing of it. So, first thing you should understand is there should be a demand, a need of whatever product you are planning around the region. So, if you are coming up with such a product, then you should first identify the problem or the need of the that particular product. So, that is the first thing. So, basically, your project will try to address and give insights about these things that there is really a problem around which you are coming up with a solution to your project. The second most important thing is propose solution. So when you are coming up with the proposed business solution, then it should be unique in some way or the other, not necessarily patent, but it should be having some uniqueness in terms of either delivery or some uniqueness in terms of packaging aspects or convenience of the product or catering to the quality requirement of the customer. So what all is the problem that you have identified in the first step? The product that you are coming up with or the proposed solution that you are coming up with, it should provide solution to that particular problem. And the third and the final one is why the customer will pay for your solution. So if you have quite finely addressed the problem or the need which the customer is having and you have a unique solution, then definitely there should be some point at which customer will be paying for your solution. Ultimately, why you are creating this business is to generate wealth. So if customer is going to pay for your solution, then only it will be sufficing the result. So in short, what your DPR will show, it will show that currently where you are, what are your strengths. So your strengths can be in terms of financial strength, it can be in terms of your skilled manpower availability, technical of commercialized technology. So what all strengths you have that you will be putting up in the project as that they want to know what project report should contain. We are arriving at your answers actually. So when we are important things, so basically your data to tell about these things of your project of the entrepreneur. Going with it. Basket. What is the proposed solution? Say it will be manufacturing or it will be raw material. So what type of business you are proposing? So where you are going with it? So projections basically will coming up with a 5-year projection, 7-year projection, and then how you are supposed to get there. So how you are supposed to get there will cover the ways of financing methods, then what innovations you are putting it in. So all these things will be basically a DCR will be able to show apart from analyzing the viability of the business proposal. So when a banker or a financial institution is looking at your project report, basically he or she is looking at answering all these questions. He is interested to know how much you are planning in it. You have planned and you have put your thoughts into it. And the second most important thing is the viability. So I will take a few moments to clarify about the viability and feasibility of the project. So basically, if a project is viable, that means technically and financially the project itself is can be created. So the business can be created around it. So viability in terms of technology, if you are talking about, there is no product failure around it. The technology is well established and has been utilized by a lot of other entrepreneurs. Then we are telling that it is a technology viable project. Similarly, if it is a financially viable project, then we are talking about the economics of the project. So, if profit aspect, if you are considering the scale aspect, so for example, if you are planning to start an oil mill and if you are planning to start at a very small scale, so we have to see that at very small scale, what are the margins that you will be getting? So, will it be technically and economically viable at that particular scale that you are planning? Talking about viability. The second important part is the feasibility. So feasibility will talk about your aspect. So as an entrepreneur, how ready are you or what skill sets you have and do you have the know-how and do you have the ability to take that up and the comparison with the currently available resources and what you are planning to come up in the project, that will be compared and that will be considered as the feasibility. So feasibility will be divided into 3 parts, as you can see: market, technical, and financial. So you are required to conduct the analysis in all the 3 parts. Analysis is a bigger term, but analysis as in you should be knowing about all the 3 aspects of the business or giving it clearly and providing the details clearly in the TPR. So to start with, we will have to first create some assumptions, and these assumptions are required to be decided at the. So what all product you are planning to start the setup. So you need to be clear about the average, for example, from where you are going to get raw materials and what are the average raw material prices projected and then what are the average sale prices. So all these things you are required to calculate, and then you are required to also calculate the installed capacity. For that, per day, how much you can process, how much is the supply, and how much is the demand for your product, and how much will you be able to sell in a particular day or in a particular month. So based on all these factors, you will be calculating the total capacity of the installed capacity of the project, and then you will be required to assume as per the 5-year projection. So it can be like in first year, say 50-55% you will be manufacturing, and then it can go up to 5th year. Then comes the market potential. So you are required to estimate the total demand growth, and timing of the demand. And then you will be required to understand. So basically, your total demand will involve the regional demand as well as the local demand. So as previously discussed by Dr. Senthil, that the local resources utilization and the local demand creation. So these two are very important from the micro enterprise perspective. Similarly, you need to also see the type of product and how you are going to put it in the market. So the packaging aspect of it, the aesthetic appeal that you are going to add to it. So everything will come with a cost. The distribution channel also will come with a cost. If say, for example, if you will be directly supplying through distribution and retailer channel, so that will have a different cost scenario. You can see here two different placements of products are there. So either it is in the online mode through e-commerce or it is on the shelf. So both are through different supply chains and it involves different types of costs. So this is required to be identified at the initial level itself, and this clarity is required to be provided in the detailed project report about the potential of your market. So what your product is having the potential. So you can tell about the oilseed market potential in general, what we discussed today, and then what are all the products that you are coming up with, what is the potential of that, pricing and promotion. Then comes the technical analysis on which we actually have a lot of discussions today, right from the process and equipment and then various packaging techniques. So basically, you will have to, you are required to basically clearly mention what type of processes you will be coming up with, whether it is batch process, semi-automatic or continuous. So what is the requirement of the utilities. So all these things will be required to provide the cost calculation as well. So your power requirement and then all the statutory compliances, all those things that come with the cost are required to be assumed at this point and are to be jotted down. So technical analysis will cover all these things. Then comes the financial analysis part. So basically, our technical analysis will cover equipment in detail. So we also have uploaded a lot of model detailed project reports on our website. I also showed in the modeling in the beginning of the webinar, those who were there in that. So there we have uploaded on our NIFTEM-T PMFME website all the model DPRs product-wise. So you can refer to those, and you can also see that all these you can use it as a base for calculation and customization as per your local requirements. So basically, your technical analysis will involve explaining about the equipment processing lines, what all are the products you will be manufacturing. So all those things are required to be put up in that. Basically, the financier or the financial institution is interested to know the clarity that you have and why you are coming up with such a product in such a location, and pricing is okay. Do you know that is it supplied across in your region? Do you know? So all these questions about your know-how and your awareness about the local market will be asked by the financier. So when you are submitting a DPR, your questions, you should be able to answer all such questions. And now coming to the financial analysis part. So basically it will involve, so your investment cost is divided into three parts. First is the fixed asset. It will involve equipment. Then it will involve your basic building construction or minor civil work, technical civil work. And then it will involve a very major component, that is the working capital. So working capital is often left out without calculation by most of the entrepreneurs. So please take a look at the inventory chart that I have created at the very extreme right. So here you can see, you might be aware of the terminology inventory. So your factory or your premises will have some inventory, and the money will be blocked in the form of this. So your inventory will cover your raw material, your finished product, then work in progress depending on the business cycle. So say for example, your raw material is not that much perishable, so your business cycle will be for more number of days. So if that is the case, then 7 days, 15 days. So if that is the business cycle, then the raw material, all these products in your factory premises will be considered as the inventory. So cost involved in this, plus you will be calculating like when you will be selling your final product in the market. So definitely the distributor, retailer or wholesaler will not be paying you entire money in one go. It will be on credit terms. So when it is on credit terms, you are yet to receive some money from them. So that is the receivable yet to receive. Minus, you definitely owe some money to your suppliers, your raw material supplier, packing material supplier. So you might have paid to them some advance, and you are yet to receive. You are yet to pay remaining amount. So that is yet to be paid, payable. So your total inventory cost plus what you are yet to receive. This is the money that you don't have minus what you are yet to pay. So this calculation will give you total working capital requirement for your business, and it is in the form of recurring. So these are all recurring expenses. So this will be required. So for example, working capital requirement for first year is this much, second year is this much. So annual calculation will come for the working capital requirement depending on the business cycle. So this is a very major component and is to be considered while calculation of and preparation of DCR, and ample amount of time should be given in calculation and assumption of this. So these are the major components. Then preliminary and pre-operative expenses. You might have seen a lot of compliances are required to be fulfilled, and for that initial preliminary costs are involved. So these are all the one-time costs before starting of the business. So these are all to be considered. That is the investment cost. Then comes the source of finance. So for source of finance, it should be very clear. You should not think that whatever I will get from outside is okay. Other than that, I will put my own money. No, you should be very clear of what are the sources of finance, whether it is bank loan, whether it is PMFME support, whether it is back-end loan subsidy, whatever it is. You should be very clear about the sources of finance, and this clarity will help banker and financiers to gain understanding and to understand that you are you know from where, and you will not be stuck with the cash crunch or the capital crunch. So basically, cash crunch is something which you don't have for running your business, and capital crunch is something which you don't have for expanding or for buying equipment for your business. So these two things are very crucial. So apart from this, once your assumptions and your basic calculations are done, then all is required is to forecast or to project the calculations that you have considered for the very first year. So then it will be forecasted for the remaining 5 years, 7 years, however is required of the requirement of the financial institution. So all this cost of funds, cost of sales, profit and loss, balance sheet, all these will be calculated respectively. So this you can take support from any finance person, and then you can get it calculated. So basically, what is required is the main aspect is the assumption part and understanding the market analysis and basic finance analysis. So these are the brief components of a project report which is required to be created. Even if I would suggest, even if your financer or any financial institution you are not applying and still you are starting a business, you should have one detailed project report and you should calculate it before starting a business, because it will help you answer a lot of questions and it will help you avoid, we call it risk calculation. So it will help you in risk calculation of falling into cash crunch. So we will assess the risk in advance, and it will be really helpful even for the business expansion also. So with this, I have summarized about the detailed project report, and in detail I already covered. So thank you so much. If you have any questions, you can put it up to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Participants, if you have any questions regarding this session, you can post it in the chat box.
Yeah, so sample format we have, I will again show you. We have on website, we have created So if you go to NIFTEM-Tanjavur website, this is the institute website. In that you can see PMFME scheme. In that we have uploaded all the material in the training materials for the product. In that, if you want to see any sample, we have all multiple food domains and products. You can go to any product which you like to, and in that we have a model DPR for each and every product uploaded here. So you can simply download it, put in your basic details, and you can access it. So what I was talking about is all available in this investment part, market analysis part, assumption of product profile, and then projections of financial assistance. All these things, it's a 20 to 30 page document. That's for the PMFME because this all material is sponsored by the industry. So all the projects are model, these are the model projects prepared with the assumption that these are to be uploaded or supported by the PMFME scheme. So total project cost might range from 25 to 35 lakhs, and there will be support of this via promoter contribution 10%, minimum 10%. So it is calculated in means of finance. You can see that. So you can have a access to.
No other questions from the participant side, so we can wrap up the session. Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing such valuable inputs with us. So we came to the end of all the technical sessions. May I now invite Dr. Abhijit Arun Gatade, Consultant Product Development, PMFME Scheme, NIFTEM-Tanjavur. Remarks, please.
Thank you. On behalf of NIFTEM-Tanjavur and Project Management Unit of PMFME scheme, I am grateful to all the participants for attending these sessions and making it at a grand success. I hope all the sessions what we have covered in the technical session 1 with respect to use on oilseed processing and value addition, and along with that technical session 2 on PMFME guidelines, food safety regulations, packaging, and how to prepare a DPR for availing the scheme benefits might have got enlightened you. I am also sure that you all might have questions to the micro level processing facilities for oilseed processing.
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of NIFTEM-Tanjavur, I thank everyone who participated in today's webinar. Thank you for all your continuous support. We are closing the webinar now.